Testing sound, testing sound. Very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. We thank you for coming on time. But because there's not too many of you here this morning, I really apologize because we may have to have a bit of a delayed start, okay? So it may be slightly delayed, but not too delayed, I assure you. We will get going. Let's give it another 15 minutes to allow for those stakeholders that are stuck in traffic to join us as well. So let's try to get in a few more people before we commence officially with the program. So I humbly apologize for the delayed start, all right? But in the interim, what you can do, or in the meantime, please feel free. Get yourself some coffee, some refreshments, relax, okay? It's going to be a very relaxed workshop. Okay, not too much of pressure, but you'll be able to absorb everything that the presenters present on. So my advice to you is relax, get something to eat, and we will start anytime shortly. Thank you. Thank you, Fu Man. Thank you. Bring it a little bit more closer, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
You know me, I prefer down. Then you can go down there and walk. You want to jump? Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can take up your seats, if everyone can be seated, maybe we can close the doors at the back, and we are imminent to start. Ms. Kumani, if you can get the doors at the back, let's get them closed. Everybody be seated. I think for the benefit of all of our stakeholders that came in early today, we cannot delay the start any further. Thank you very much. I'm just waiting for a few stakeholders to settle down, take up your seats, and I'm going to start. So, as is the tradition, whenever we commence with any important meeting or workshop, we're a government department, we're a government entity as well, we normally start with a prayer, and that would be the national anthem. So in order to recognize and to show respect to our country, please, I ask you to stand up and let's sing. All right? Let's join in the singing of the national anthem. Thank you very much. You may take up your seats. I really apologize for my very hoarse voice this morning, but I'm going to do my best to be very clear. On behalf of the board, our CEO, Dr. Feleng Yende, management and staff, I extend a very warm welcome to all of our stakeholders to the 2025-26 edition of the MGDG workshops. I'd like to say compliments and best wishes for 2025. As you're aware, today is a very important day. So let me say Happy Valentine's Day to all of you. It's a day of love, kindness, and support. So let's show one another lots of love, lots of kindness, and lots of support. Okay? So what we don't have is flowers on every table, but the closest that we could bring to you is life and love, and that is the water with the red cap. Okay? Mr. Malema's joke. Thank you, Mr. Malema. My name is Mr. P.K. Naika, and I'm the General Manager, Planning, Reporting and Research, Communications, Human Resources. Please allow me to introduce the rest of the Fp&M Seta team that you would see before you today. So the team in attendance. The Fp&M Seta is ably led by a very high-performing, brilliant, hard-working, dedicated, visionary, innovative, digitally and technologically advanced CEO, Dr. Feleng Yende. Dr. Yende's passion for skills development exceeds all boundaries. Dr. Yende is also my boss. So I also want to welcome the CEO, and also she extends a very warm welcome to all of you as well. To Dr. Yende, you are simply the best, better than all the rest. And let's give a round of applause, okay, for Dr. Yende. Dr. Yende is just taking a meeting this morning, but she will join us shortly, okay? She will join us shortly. She is busy taking a very urgent meeting at this point in time. Then I introduce you to the rest of the team. Actually, we've got a fantastic professional team with us. Let me start with Mr. William Malema, the General Manager for Projects. Mr. Zitulele Zondi, the General Manager of Quality Assurance. Mr. Bongani Masango, our Chief Information Officer. Then I do the introduction of the managers. So we do have, I wouldn't say a new regional manager, but someone who has taken over the region. And I'd like to introduce you to your regional manager. That is Ms. Lee Ayes. If Ms. Lee Ayes could just stand. Okay. So she is in charge of Gauteng, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Northwest. And she has replaced, actually, Mr. Malema, who was the previous regional manager. Also, I'd like to introduce you to a very elegant and dashing lady, very beautiful lady, Ms. Kataza Kosa. But I can assure you she's not so beautiful when it comes to her work, because she is the manager for monitoring, evaluation, and risk. Ms. Kosa. Another gentleman on my left, okay, he's an advocate. You know, you never underestimate these advocates, okay? So, Advocate Samkelo Sibia is Board Secretariat and Legal Support. Like I said in all of my workshops, never judge these senior managers by their size or by their height. They are powerful, professional, knowledgeable men, okay? They are dynamite, you know? Dynamite comes in small packages. They are dynamite. We also have a number of administrators and specialists that are present today, okay? With me, I've got Ms. Zanele Setole, the Learning Programs Manager. I've got Mr. Andre Els, who is the Artisan Manager. And I've also got someone that works very closely with me. So the beautiful setup you see here today, she is responsible for that. She is the acting communications and marketing manager, Ms. Kumani Mali. I think she deserves a round of applause. Done well also in all of the other regions as well. We also have our IT developer with us, Mr. William Moezi. And then you'll also see a number of other staff members that would be administrators and specialists that have joined us today. So my advice to you, if you have a chance to engage with them, please feel free to engage with them on whatever matter, okay, relating to skills development. Also present, okay, we have some very, very important people. I just want to recognize our board member, Fp&M Seta board member, Ms. Makosi Chiwashira. Ms. Makosi. Okay. I recognize you and I thank you for attending our workshop. Just some housekeeping matters, so that all of us are disciplined. We request you to be silent during presentations, okay? Because we don't want to put the presenters off from what the messages that they are trying to get across to you. So please switch off your cell phones or keep them on silent mode. Ablution facilities, that'll be on the extreme left-hand side, okay? The venue is relatively, full, I would say. So please just, be tolerant of one another. People will be moving, in between the rows, etc. Let's be tolerant of one another. You may ask questions at the end of the presentation. So we only take questions at the end of a presentation. Only one question at a time. Keep them short, keep them simple, and ensure that they benefit everybody. We don't want you to ask questions that just benefit yourself. Ensure that the question benefits all. If you want to ask a question that pertains specifically to you, after the workshop, you talk to the relevant senior manager or manager, and they would assist you to the best of their ability. We have a very loaded program, okay? It's a very loaded program, so let's commence with the program. I'm also going to be very business-like so that we could get through the program timelessly as well. Also appeal to all of our stakeholders this morning. You'll notice that there's a workshop feedback survey form. Okay? Please fill that in, and you can leave it on the desk. At the end of the workshop, the staff will come along, and they will collect them from your desk. Feel free to fill in that survey form, please. In terms of security briefing, please look after your valuables, okay? We don't want them to walk away from you. That's my advice to you. And in the case of any emergency, okay, remember we've got the main entrances here, so you'll walk through and you'll get onto the parking area if there's an emergency, which I hope, okay, it will not happen. I get asked this question all of the time. Do we get the presentations? Yes, you do get the presentations. All presentations will be on the website from the 20th of February. So you will be getting the presentation. I will also ensure, because you attended the meeting today, the workshop today, I will ensure that I also put it on a link and send them through to you. So that question, okay, would be irrelevant if you were to ask such a question. Will we be getting the presentations? So without further ado, let me just take you through the agenda, because the agenda is important. Can we flight the agenda, please, CIO? So in terms of the agenda, we have an important theme, okay? With regard to all of the projects we implement, with regard to the mandate that we implement, impact is important. So we have a very important theme for this workshop, skilling for employability. 25-26 is going to be a different year. It's going to be an impactful year. So we're going to skill for employment, for employability. That is important. We have done the national anthem. I've done the welcome and the introduction of the CEO and the team. At some stage this morning, we will take you through the opening remarks of the CEO, the Seta strategy and performance. I give you the overview of the APP targets. Then we have the main presentations from the various divisions, quality assurance, skills planning, monitoring and evaluation. We do the systems demonstration when we have the IT presentation. And finally, last but not least, we have a presentation from DG, that is the projects division, and that will be done by Mr. Malema. Then we have vote of thanks and closure. So please, what I ask of all of you is to kindly be patient and do not walk in and out of the venue unnecessarily, and just allow us to present very smoothly as well. The first presentation would deal with the overview of APP targets for 25-26 and the reporting requirements. If we could have that presentation, please. Advocate? CIO, yeah. APP targets. So, I'm just going to come here. I will be presenting on this presentation. Next slide. We can do the next slide. Just an overview of the APP target and the reporting requirements. That's what the presentation focuses on. The next slide. All right, in terms of its contents, it will just reflect 25, 26 APP targets, and then I'm going to reflect on a very important part of the presentation. Yeah, thank you very much. So then I'm going to reflect on a very important part of the presentation, which are the reporting challenges. Just to give you a sense of what the 25, 26 APP targets are all about. Okay, so you'll see we've got all of the training interventions like apprenticeships and the three different types of apprenticeship programs that we facilitate on, AET, learnership, skills programs, RPL, internships, work experience, work integrated learning for TFETs, work integrated learning for the HETs. We do it for both employed and unemployed in most of these interventions, and those are the targets. Those are the numbers, okay? Those numbers are aligned to a budget. We will not approve over and above those numbers, okay? We've got to keep within those numbers. Therefore, the application that you make, it's got to be realistic. Like, for example, many of you will apply for 2,000, 2,500 learners on learnerships unemployed, but we've got to share it nationally to a number of stakeholders. So that will be an impossible application, to look at, to evaluate. And then we have the duration of the programs. You've got to adhere to duration of the programs, okay? Because what we focus on is on the quality of learning provisioning, okay? And the CEO, in her presentation, will emphasize and will talk you through the quality that is expected from all of our skills development providers. We've got to ensure whatever we do it to great detail, that the learners that are coming out of the system are quality, okay? And they benefit the country. For the bursaries, those would be the numbers. We have bursaries for both employed and unemployed. Okay, those bursaries duration are 12 months. So those were just the APP targets on the pivotal programs, and then we've got targets for the non-pivotal programs. Like we would look at a sectoral priority project, okay? It'll be aligned to the mandate and to targets. We've got various strategic partnerships that we would focus on. If you've got a beautiful strategic partnership proposal, you can also capture it on our system. We've got HET partnerships, higher education and training partnerships with universities and universities of technology. We've got CET and TFET partnerships. That is your community education and training colleges and the TFET colleges, okay? Where you want to promote the growth of those TFET colleges, where you want to promote the lecturer capacity building, okay? And they talk to specific numbers in terms of the numbers that we should be having. Then you've got your Seta employer partnerships, entrepreneurship. We have partnerships with cooperatives, SMMEs, the trade unions. We also have dedicated rural development projects, and these must be located in rural areas. That's what an auditor will look for, together with TFET and or CET lecturers that have entered the industry, okay? So those are some of the strategic partnership type proposals that we will look at. I just want to focus on the reporting challenges. In terms of the reporting challenges, now remember that we are an audited entity. We are audited by the Auditor General, okay, of South Africa. They would come up with findings. If you are coming onto our systems and if you are inputting incorrect information, incorrect spelling of learners, inaccurate ID numbers, it becomes quite a problem. So we need to focus on the data quality. Remember, in the systems, garbage in is garbage out. Because of planning purposes, because of accuracy of planning, we got to ensure that the data quality is absolutely excellent. There's integrity in terms of the information that you are inputting. At all times, SETAs are to ensure that our data submitted is quality assured and complete. DET on a regular basis, they conduct data quality assurance audits and they alert us on the discrepancies. So you cannot be irresponsible, okay? Many of you, you work with 25 to 30 learners at a time. You can double check and triple check names, surnames, ID numbers of learners. For reporting purposes, we do data analysis is conducted, okay? For accuracy and submission and capturing which is critical to the Seta. And you are the source, all right? You are the first point that enter our systems. Therefore, it's important that you get it right from the outset. This just shows you the relevant quarters. Now, this is important because there's a difference between an academic year and the Seta financial year. Academic year starts off in January. Seta financial year starts off in April. The reporting requirements, okay, for quarter one is April, May, and June. The last day for capturing learners on the system would be around 15th of July. And 15th of July 2024, that has already passed, okay? So if you have first quarter information, it becomes a problem, which means you will struggle to get it inputted to align correctly to the quarterly reporting. Quarter two, July, August, and September, okay? So that's the last date of entering data by stakeholders. 30th September 2024 has already passed. Quarter three is October, November, and December. The last date for entering learners would have been the 31st of December. If you are stuck with quarter one, quarter two, quarter three information, it doesn't mean to say that you do not report. You report and then you alert us that this is quarter one information so we can take it to the quarter one report. Okay? You need to report all learner information in terms of a registration and a completion. We are now in quarter four and we want to meet 100% of our targets. And because we want to meet 100% of our targets, we are urging you to get onto our systems early, to make your second and third tranche payments now. We are chasing targets. We are chasing a DG expenditure. So we want you to immediately address verifications with our divisions. Train those learners out. Get those learners out of the system so that we could meet our targets. So we are now January, we are in February, you got like 1.5 months left to make sure all those learners are out of your system. It is quite surprising that in some projects, okay, activations were not done. That means you have not registered learners. You have not activated the project as yet. And I urge you to immediately do so. That the last date for entering those learners will be the 31st of March 2025. How is the Seta responsible? What is required from stakeholders? Okay, stakeholders should be aware all data fields are now compulsory. So whenever you come onto our systems, all data fields are compulsory, right, for completeness of information. Spelling of names, please, you need to ensure, because we get a listing of names that are incorrect. You've left out the second name of the learner. You have copied the titles of qualifications incorrectly. You need the full title. The registered title of that qualification must be in full and must be accurate. ID numbers must be checked for accuracy. It is a 13-digit ID number. You leave one number, it immediately picks up on the AG system as this learner is not a valid learner. Now we have to go back, check on the ID, what would be the correct ID number for that learner. Let's get it right from the inputting stage. Let's get those learner agreements neatly compiled. You can pre-populate all of that information on the learner agreement using your laptops, typing in the information. Learner originally signs and initials the learner agreement. But the rest, you've got laptops. You're an education and training institution. You're an accredited skills development provider with national quality assurance bodies like the QCTO. Okay? You've got the systems and resources to get this right. Let's put in the effort. We are accounting for money. Each learner has a value. You need to get this right. Okay? Standardize the font and the font size. We normally work with Calibri 11. The first letter of every new word must be in capital. Do not type entire words in capital letters. You type an entire line in capital letters. The next line you type in all small letters. No, no. Let's try to get it right. Let's standardize, okay? Stakeholders to upload clear certified copies of IDs. You need to look at the quality of the photo of the ID, okay? The Auditor General is not going to accept any light, very light, where you cannot see the photo, you cannot see the image of the person. Get clear copies, clear ID copies, and qualifications and certificates for that learner. Endorse them. There must be integrity, honesty in terms of the work you're doing. GPS coordinates must be accurately captured. All supporting evidence and signed learner agreements as per the learners captured must be checked and submitted, forwarded to regional office. POEs must be available at all times. All right? In terms of the skills development providers, should you report information on a deceased learner? There's a big thing about deceased learners. Immediately it's fruitless and wasteful. Immediately it is fruitless and wasteful if you are working with deceased learners. It's a problem because the AG will give you an entire listing of deceased learners. An entire listing. It's shocking the number of young people that are dying today. It's unbelievable. Okay? Then we have to track, did the learner die before commencement of the program? Did the learner die midway? Did the learner die just before getting certificated? And then we have to defend. Okay? We have to defend with the Auditor General. So do not report deceased or ghost learners. If a learner has died after certification, or if the learner has died after completion of the program, you can report it. But to report a learner that is deceased before commencement of a program, that would be criminal. That would be criminal. All right? So should you report such learners, the Fp&M Seta will recover funds, and this will impact on future project proposals of yours. Okay? Because obviously, you're not handling this in a responsible manner. You've got to understand that you're dealing with national qualifications. You're dealing with qualifications that are registered on the NQF, that are registered by QCTO, that are registered by SAQA. You are no different from a school, from a university. Because they're all facilitating on nationally recognized qualifications. You've got to see yourself like that, like a TFET college. You've got to have those resources to do the verifications and to check learner information. Those are my contact details, all right? If you need to contact me. But then I've got lots of support in place as well. We work with the Skills Planning Research and Reporting Manager, Ms. Sylvia Sunka. We work with the Skills Planning Specialist, Koliswa Radebe. We work with the Skills Planning Administrator, Tulani Majola. In Johannesburg, okay, we've got Pearl Giba. Cape Town, Koliswa Radebe, although located in Joburg, but she handles the Cape Town office work in terms of skills planning and reporting. And in Durban, we've got Louise Sagar, okay? But for you, I think most important is the Johannesburg contact details, and the head office is in Johannesburg, so you should not be having any problems with regard to contacting the staff and getting things right. That is what is most important. You've got to get things right. Okay? So on that point, I conclude with my presentation. But just to note, also, always remember that we are dealing with the youth. Okay? And therefore, I've got this last slide here. It deals with the youth. The mandate focuses on the youth. Those are between 16 and 35 years old. That is the mandate. Okay? Then, from 36 to 60, yes, okay, if you're training in the workplaces, you're welcome to do that. You're still very, very much compliant, okay, in terms of that cohort age group, 36 to 60. But if you're going beyond that, like beyond 65 years old, why would you want to train somebody that's beyond 65 years old? I mean, surely there's no return on investment on somebody who is beyond 65 years old. Surely. Okay? There'll be no value, no productivity, we're not gaining anything from that type of an investment. So please refrain from taking those on that are beyond 65 years of age. All right? Other than that, I think that brings me to an end in terms of this presentation. Are there any questions? I'll just take one or two questions if you have. There's a question right here. Thank you, sir. We're coming to you. For the benefit of everybody, introduce yourself and then you can ask the question.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Monwabisi Qinebe.
Bit louder, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Monwabisi. I just want to, it's a comment on the age group. Yes, let's say we have those who are over 65 and who are professional pensioners and are willing to pay for themselves. They are not using the grants. Those ones, there's also a target for those ones who buy machinery and want to learn by themselves, and they will be paying for themselves. Can we be encouraged to enroll those?
Yes. So you're allowed to enroll those types of learners that are over 65, provided they are not Seta funded. If they are not Seta funded and they are paying their own way, or the company is paying their own way, that is quite fine. But where it is Seta funded, let's stick to the age groups that is aligned to the government mandate. All right? 16 to 35, 36 to 60 is fine. You're still fine. You're still good. All right? All right? You can go up to 64, but 65 and above, I think it's going to be a challenge. It is going to be a challenge. Also, on the converse side, you're not allowed to take on learners that are below 15 years of age. Some of them have come up as exceptions on our report. Below 15. Because of the Compulsory Schooling Act, you will be criminally charged. You will be criminally charged. You are, firstly, not complying with the Basic School Education Act, and you're also not complying with the Compulsory Schooling Act for those learners. You can get into serious trouble. Learners must be 15 and above. Okay? From 15 and above to 60, you are good. So I just thought I'll just give you a reminder there. I'm going to take on the next presentation, okay? Very quickly. That will be the skills planning presentation, please. Can we do the skills planning presentation? So this presentation would focus on your WSP ATR submissions, the compliance requirements, those that are eligible, how to make the submission. We focus on the template, and then a demonstration. When they demonstrate the IT systems, they will demonstrate how you can access our WSP ATR module and how you would be making a successful submission to the Seta. So this is a skills planning presentation, WSP ATR submissions. We're focusing, as I told you, on the mandatory grants, distribution of the levy, the Seta grant regulations, sections of the MG application, the SPOI, okay? In my presentations, you'll come across a lot of acronyms, abbreviations, but I will explain them to you. Like that one, SPOI. SPOI tells you it is the sectoral priority occupations and interventions. We deal with the occupational skills gaps. We deal with the organizing framework for occupation, okay? That's a structure. We deal with the challenges as well. So just in terms of the Seta grant regulations, okay? Distribution of the skills development levy income. And this is how the levy income is distributed. I think the point that we are trying to make here is that the Seta does not receive 100% of the levy that you pay, or of the levy that your company pays. 20% of it already is gone to the NSF and to SARS. SARS is the collection agency, and then we have the National Skills Fund. 10% goes towards the Seta administration, 0.5% to the QCTO, 20% to mandatory grant, and 49.5% to discretionary grants. Just to appraise you, okay, the final date, I can just take you, yeah. So the final date or the deadline date for the mandatory grant submission or your discretionary grant submission is April 30th. We will not take it a day or 1 minute beyond 12 o'clock of April 30th. 12 midnight, the system will shut down. 12 midnight. What is the aim of the mandatory grant? What is the objective? Okay, so it incentivizes employees. So you plan and you implement training for all of your employees. That's what you do. Everything you do in life, you build a house, you start with a plan. It's important that, so it's a planning tool. So it's important that you apply principles to the planning as well. You want to look at the long-term sustainability of your business, all right? You want to grow your business. You want to ensure that your business produces quality products. You want to ensure that there's productivity within that business. You plan. You plan from a skills perspective. You want to get knowledge-based workers in. So all of that, all of those principles, you'll apply to your WSP and ATR, and you'll plan and you'll implement training. You will create training and work experience opportunities also for unemployed people. You want to bring in the unemployed graduates. You want to ensure you've got the best workforce possible to do what you want them to do in terms of the product that you are producing, what you are manufacturing. So therefore it's important that you plan well. The idea is to grow the business, grow employment all of the time. Improve the quality and improve the productivity. So there has to be, some of the benefits would include, there's better alignment with skills development and the financial year. So financial year, as I told you, starts with April. So all your skills planning will be aligned to the financial year. So you're given the first quarter, the entire first quarter, to do the planning. The enhanced Seta planning cycle. So all of this work that you do, the quality work that you do, the WSP ATR, it feeds into the Seta planning cycle because it feeds into the sector skills plan updates, the annual SSP update. It feeds into our strategic plan. It feeds into our APP, which is the annual performance plan. It tells us what we need to do in the sector strategically, given the numbers that you're giving us, given the occupations in high demand that you want to emphasize and want to focus on. So all of that information is analyzed, okay? We apply diagnosis to it, and then we include it in all of the strategic documents, the skills development strategic documents within the Seta. So therefore it's important that you need to complete details in full, okay? You need to ensure that these survey documents that you have with you, the WSP ATR, are completed accurately, okay? And completely as well. And what we have now is the earlier DG funding window. So everything is, and more is done for you to make a successful submission. Everything and more. There's no excuses as to why you need to wait in the last week of April 30th to make a submission. Lots of companies have already entered our system and they've already made the submissions. And we thank you for that. We thank you. You've entered the system early. You're proactive. You beat the rest. Okay. And what I'm not saying is that although you may be beating the rest in terms of making the submission, okay? So we're not guaranteeing that the first 100 submissions will be successful as well. You know what I'm saying? So what we are saying is that we thank you for entering our systems quite early because you don't know what can happen by the 30th of April. We are back on this load shedding, okay? You don't know. Load shedding can last for days sometimes. So my advice to you is to ensure you make earlier submissions. There'll be increased monitoring of WSP and ATR implementation, okay? So we have, and to do that, we have board criteria for approval of the WSP ATR. So your WSP ATR gets evaluated by the skills planning team. Okay? It just doesn't go through the systems for approval. No, it gets evaluated and then it gets approved. And obviously you've got to upload all of the supporting documents, the cost of your training, your banking details, obviously information regarding all of the employees that you have, the training that they underwent. You've got to have supporting evidence for all of that, because that's what the auditors want. They want to see your supporting evidence. There has to be quality and accuracy standards for the WSPs and ATRs. Okay? It's not a flippant document, you know. You just don't go through the document just like that and just to complete information, all right, in a very flippant manner, without paying attention, applying your mind, applying principles. Evidence of consultation and sign-off, that is very important, okay? All medium and large companies are expected to have skills development and training committees. So you need to ensure that those structures are in place and that labor is part of those skills development committees and have a say in terms of what you're inputting into the WSP ATR survey document, unless you provide an explanation, but that auditors don't accept those explanations very easily as well. There has to be labor sign-off. Do not submit a WSP ATR without labor sign-off. If you are a medium or a large company, there has to be labor sign-off. Who is eligible? You've got to be registered for the skills development levy. Okay? You've got to have paid those levies as prescribed. And you've got to be in compliance with the Skills Development Act of 1998 and the Skills Development Levies Act of 1999. And what does the Skills Development Levies Act tell you? That if your company has a minimum wage threshold of 500K, then you've got to pay 1% of the wage bill across to SARS. You've got to register with SARS for the SDL, and you've got to pay the skills development levy. That is critical. Submission of WSP plan and ATR report for the coming year. You've got to make a submission to qualify for the mandatory grant based on the Seta grant regulations of December 2012. Submission of annual training report and a pivotal training report indicating alignment to WSP and ATR. And I'd like to emphasize this word, alignment, okay? Indicating alignment. This is important. You cannot plan on training. You cannot plan on training and not implement at least 2 or 3 interventions aligned to the WSP, which you would report in your ATR. What you said you're going to train on, you must train on. What you said you're going to train on, you must train on. So these are the sections of the mandatory grant applications, okay? You've got to be up to date and accurate in terms of the organizational information. The biographical information has to be updated. Although you'll see it come up automatically onto the module when you punch in your levy number, okay? Update that information. You could have changed maybe a physical address, a telephone number, a new SDF, or whatever the case is. Update information so that it's accurate. Banking details are important. You must have accurate banking details or we will not pay. Banking details must be confirmed by a letter from on the bank letterhead. The employment summary and provincial breakdown is critical. That must be filled in completely. Details on current workforce, okay, including the learners. Details on current workforce, including the learners. So all of the details on your employees must be in. And then we have the workplace skills plan, okay? So your workplace skills plan format is both, you have a pivotal plan and a non-pivotal plan. Pivotal learning programs, you got to report on the, you got to plan on the apprenticeships, learnerships, credit-bearing skills programs. And we focus on credit-bearing skills programs here. Then it's pivotal. Work-integrated learning, bursary programs, and also your post-school tertiary qualifications, your TFETs, and you'll also cover the HEIs as well. In terms of the non-pivotal plan, the planned information of other learning programs. Those could be your non-credit bearing programs, your in-house training. I mean, you focus on health and safety, you do this training, you do training on HIV, AIDS and awareness, you do all of this training, but you forget to capture it in terms of the plan. And you need to do it because that type of training is in compliance with the HOSH Act, Occupational Health and Safety Act. And we know that you do this training. And then you tell my team, you tell them no, but we didn't do any training. Yet the compliance requirements for HOSH Act is that you have to do that training. Whether it's informal training or formal training, you do this type of training. So do not give us a response as, no, we got nothing to report on in terms of the ATR. Okay. In terms of the planning cycle or the pipeline, so you'll submit the ATR and a pivotal report. It'll cover all of your internal and external training conducted, your informal and your formal training. Both are training that takes place within workplaces, okay? And it'll cover the previous year's training, that means from 1st April 2024 to 31st March 2025. WSP, or your pivotal report, internal and external training planned. It'll cover the future year's training or the next year's training from 1st April 2025 to 31st March 2026. If your organization has 50 or more employees, we would need a signed off authorization page. Originally signed off authorization page. You sent it to Seta, okay? Internal training, you've got to have an internal training committee. Medium and large companies, that is mandated, that is compulsory, okay? Constituted of both labor, okay, and management. Skills Development Committee, including designated labor representatives. That is critical because you need to consult with them and then you need to get sign off by them. Please, if you are in a medium and large size company, please consult with labor. They always complain, no, there was no consultation by management. Okay, we don't want to get ourselves into any kind of trouble. So we will not pay. We will not pay if labor has not signed off on your WSP ATR. I want to make that very, very clear. Less than 50 employees, meaning you're a small entity, signed off authorization page by the owner or by a staff or employee representative. Once again, I emphasize submission. 12 midnight, 30th of April. 12 midnight, 30th of April. Via the LMIS, will be submitted electronically. We don't accept manual. We don't accept manual submissions. Authorization page must be signed off. Proof of banking details are critical. Original proof of banking details for first-time applicants. Original banking details for first-time applicants. Change of banking details. If you have changed your banking details, on the bank letterhead, you will give us the company's banking details, okay, which we will upload onto our systems. Assistance is available, okay. Firstly, you've got user-friendly systems. Then you've got the staff that will assist you. We've got competent staff that could assist you. We've got IT developers that will assist you. Okay? We've got sector skills advisors that will assist you in making a successful submission. So we do everything and more. We do everything and more to assist you in making a submission, a successful submission. No complaints. We handhold you through the process. No reason why you should not be making a submission. No reason why whatsoever. Extension, and this should be rare. You should not be asking for an extension. Why would you ask for an extension? Why? You're given 3 to 4 months to make a submission. 3 to 4 months to make a submission. Yet you still tell me you need another month. And the legislation will allow you till the 31st of May. But then, that is now taken to the board for board approval. It's a process. It's a process. And it should not be the case. You've already got 4 months. Should not be the case. What I want to say is that the data, why we are saying it's important is because it gets analyzed on your WSP ATR. Okay? It has critical labor market information that we do an analysis of. That's where we get your scarce and critical skills from. That's where we will get your the spoilers, the occupations in high demand. So the demand for skills then get analyzed, and we compile a list known as the pivotal list of occupations in high demand within the sector. Because that's what we are saying, that's where the jobs will be created. That's where you're taking on, okay, the unemployed learners. Just to explain the acronym, okay, the Sectoral Priority Occupations and Intervention List, the SPOI. You've got professional learning programs, okay, mainly dealt with by bursaries. Your vocational programs, those would be your NCV programs, in-study type programs, artisanal programs, technical programs like your learnerships, skills programs, etc. Those are technical occupational programs. You also get your academic learning programs, academic qualifications, certificates, IS certificates, diplomas, and degrees. It's pivotal, professional, vocational, technical, and academic learning programs that result in qualifications or part qualifications registered on the National Qualifications Framework. And they are known as Sectoral Priority Occupations and Interventions. Once the information comes through the WSP ATR, we also gather more information on occupations on the SPOI through these workshops. You will tell me, PK, you know what, we are in need of 40 artisans, okay, in lithography or for boiler making. Then we know, we remember, yeah, boiler making is in demand in the sector. Right? Fitting and turning is in demand in the sector. And then we mention that, and then we put it onto the SPOI as well. We do it during focus group sessions and other stakeholder engagements, okay? So we do it all the time, where we put a listing of the type, appropriate, preferred intervention for an occupation at a specific NQF level. These are the occupations in high demand. These would be occupations in high demand. You'll notice it's got a listing. There'll be reasons: lack of relevant experience, lack of relevant qualifications, equity considerations. And if you do not see some of your occupations on this list, it's not an exhaustive list, okay? This is just a list for DET. And those are some of the occupations that come across, like your upholsterer, your furniture finisher, the wood preparer and treater, ICT systems analysts. These are some of the occupations that are in high demand, okay? We also notice that there are future and emerging occupations as well. Emerging occupations due to 4IR and technological advancements. Like, for example, you'll get a drone pilot, all right? You'll get a data scientist. You'll get a robotic furniture maker. Those are emerging and future occupations. But what is good is that for the first time, I see these types of occupations are coming through the system, coming through your WSP ATRs, coming through the SSP. Invested outcomes are you're creating a talented skills pool for the sector, all right, to address competitiveness of the sector, to address transformation in the sector, to address productivity in the sector. This is what you will see in terms of your WSP ATR, the hard to fill vacancies, okay? How many of these occupations are hard to fill? Why are these occupations hard to fill? What are the major skills gap in your sector? Got to complete that section of your WSP ATR with accuracy. There would be drop downs that would give you the various reasons, but focus on the supply and the demand for skills. What is the extent of occupational supply? What is the education and training infrastructure provisioning within your subsector? All right? What is the state of education and training? That means, do we have enough skills development providers to facilitate, TFED colleges to facilitate on those types of occupations that are in high demand? What are the supply problems that firms are experiencing? So those are the various things that you need to focus on. We need to focus on the methods used to identify occupations, interventions indicated, okay? This just basically reflects on the OFO structure. I mean, you'll see a code, an OFO code, but what I want to emphasize in terms of this slide is that we are focusing on OFO version 2021. OFO version 2021. You're not allowed to use any other OFO versions. You're not allowed to use any other OFO versions, okay? So we are focusing on OFO version 2021. So the 6-digit code that you have would relate to the major group, sub-major group of the occupation, the minor group, and we have descriptors for all of those groups, the unit group, the occupations, and the specifications, okay? So you would have a professional. What type of professional? Business administrative professional. What type of business and administrative professional do you have? You've got a finance professional. What type of finance professional? An accountant. So therefore you got 4 digits there, 2411. Then you go on to what type of accountant? A general accountant. And more specifically, in terms of the 6-digit code, either a bank accountant or a cost accountant. Yeah, we are simply just aligning your skill level or your occupational grouping to the NQF, okay? So this is what you see, the 10-level NQF, which is an integrated NQF that you've got there, and how we align in terms of the occupational categories and the type of qualifications that would be facilitated for the various occupational categories and the skill level of these occupations. For example, managers' skill level will be 1. All right? That's your occupational skill level. So those that are professionally qualified, those at managerial level, they would be at a higher level. Then you get your mid-level. Okay, your technicians and your associate professionals, those will be at higher level. Your mid-level will be like your clerical support workers, service and sales workers, your skilled, okay, agriculture, forestry workers, the plant and machine operators. Those will be your middle level skills. And then you get your lower level skills, which deals with your elementary occupations. Findings and challenges, very quickly, almost on the last slide. Confusion around job titles, lots of confusion. Confusion between occupations, alternative, and specializations, okay? If you do not find your occupation on the listed as the main occupation, look under alternate and specializations. You should get them there. You should get them there. But the industry needs to standardize all of these occupations. A review of the OFO needs to take place. Confusion around job titles, I've just mentioned, or positions within occupations. Mapping of job titles to occupations using the OFO. You know that mapping, you need to do that correctly, using the wrong OFO version. I've just spoken to you about using OFO version 2021. Once again, I said that we've got the support staff for Joburg, Johannesburg, you've got Pearl in Giba, and you can also work with Koliswa. Both of them are Johannesburg-based. But I think Pearl in Giba is your main skills planning specialist, together with the manager, Ms. Sylvia Sunker, okay? She can also assist you. And then if you're not getting joy from them, then you escalate to me. And then I make sure you get help. I'll just take 1 or 2 questions. 1 or 2 questions, and I'm moving on the next presentation. So I want to move on in terms of the next presentation with regard to our agenda, but I'm just going to get some guidance, if you don't mind. Mr. Masango? Can I move on in terms of the agenda? I can move on, thank you. So the next presentation, okay, are there no questions? Do you mean I've been that clear in terms of the WSB ATR? Very good. Very good. So get in those applications early. Get them in early. Next, our next presentation, I'm going to call upon Mr. Zondi. Now, Mr. Zondi is the General Manager for Quality Assurance, and then he's going to take you through like your accreditation, the progress on qualifications, occupational qualifications development, etc., and QCTO requirements. So without further ado, let me hand over to this very knowledgeable man, Mr. Zondi.
Is this thing not working? All right, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Naika. Greetings to Dr. Yende, and greetings to our stakeholders, and also the Fp&M Seta team. As Mr. Naika has indicated, My name is Zitulele Zondi. I'm the General Manager Quality Assurance, as you see from the screen. In essence, then one is responsible for quality assurance related matters. My presentation is going to be covering these particular aspects. In other words, we are just going to be traversing in terms of what are the functions of the quality assurance department and certain areas that are critical in terms of qualifications development, accreditation processes, also areas that are related to practitioners, learner enrollments, what is new within that particular scope, and then learner certification, which is also another important part. Let's then try and traverse this route then and see what it is that the quality assurance department is involved in. That's our roadmap in terms of number one there. You'd see that currently we are working on historical qualifications, and in the main, those historical qualifications, as you would know, there are certain ministerial directives and ministerial determinations that have been in place. However, in December 2024, there were new guidelines that were issued. And these guidelines were beginning also to further extend these pre-2009 qualifications in terms of saying, let us look at the extension in terms of enrollments by 30 June 2026 and also 30 June 2027 in terms of achievements. But I will talk to those aspects at a later stage. And then in point number two, we're currently working on in terms of the realignment of some of the qualifications. As you would see that we are working around 62 qualifications that we're trying to realign. And this is the point where industry is coming in terms of driving this particular process. And then point number three, we are looking at accreditation implication or accreditation applications. In this particular case, what we're trying to emphasize is that this is now a QCTO process. It's no longer a Seta process. The only time where we come in is when we are dealing with the site visits. That is the only time that the Seta comes in, and then we hand over back to the QCTO. And issues of registration of assessors and certifications. And also then, what is most crucial is the stakeholder involvement. That one is crucial because it is the one that drives what it is that we do as what we call as the quality assurance department. Let's look at in terms of qualifications development. Let me start with that topic first. Let's look at the route that we take. The route that we take, it begins with the application process in terms of application of qualifications. Wherein we are submitting to the QCTO. These are the qualifications that industry are requiring to be developed because we consult with industry. These are the qualifications. QCTO looks at those and then approves, then you can begin the process. And then the process would be then scoping, where we begin to have all the industry participating in that particular process. We scope the qualifications, do the necessary profiling. This is very crucial because, colleagues, this is one area that determines in terms of the relevancy and the currency of a qualification. Because if industry is not involved, then it renders the qualification irrelevant because you are supposed to be creating qualifications or developing qualifications for employability, not qualifications for the sake of training, but it must lead to employability. That's most crucial. And then once that is done, is the curriculum development process that we're involved in, because any qualification has to have a curriculum that will take through in terms of what are the areas that need to be covered. And then you've got the area in terms of the case agenda where you are supposed to be putting in your assessment issues, because any aspect of training needs to be assessed so that at least you are able to determine the competencies thereof. And then once that is done, we are able then as a Seta to package. But by the way, we are facilitating all of this on behalf of industry. As I've indicated, industry has to drive this particular process. That is the most crucial point that I need to put home. And then we put together everything for the qualification. That's why we're having qualification document development in that particular scope. And then we submit that to the QCTO. However, prior to that, we have to make sure that we do that final verification and prior to submission. That's when we are calling everybody from the industry again. Come together, let us look at the qualification that has been developed, all the details thereof, and let us then make sure that we have everything in place, because it takes a little bit of time when qualifications, when the submission is rejected. You have to begin, you know. So once industry comes into the picture, the working group or the experts, then we're able to push forward with the submission thereof. And then the QCTO and SACCO processes in terms of registration, they will do the necessary registration thereof, take it to the various committees, and then the qualification will then be approved. And then this is the most important part, the ASA part. That part is crucial because that is when they will be approving in terms of the ASA tools. The ASA tools are talking to the external integrated summative assessments in terms of what it is that you'll be assessing, you know, what are the aspects that need to be looked at, and so forth and so on. So this is then the route that we are traversing as a Seta in terms of qualifications development. Currently, we are now on number 4 with some of the qualifications, especially with historical qualifications. We are somewhere here on number 4. But what is most important that I need to drive home is those areas in terms of what the Gazette was talking about, to say that, look, we see the directives, they were there, June, you know, in June 2024. Now, the guidelines were issued by the minister again, to say, let us look in terms of extending again, you know, in terms of the areas of enrollments, which is 30 June 2026, and then the areas of achievement in terms of 30 June 2027. That is most important, colleagues, in terms of those guidelines. However, what is most important that we need to say is that these guidelines need to be read in tandem. There's no directive or gazette that is above the other. The other gazette is just trying to amplify the importance thereof of the directives that were issued then. Now, as you would know, please also visit our website. You will see that the qualifications that have been, extended. These are the qualifications, colleagues, 12 of them, and these are historical qualifications, which we are saying they are now still effective based on the directives, based on the guidelines. They are still effective. So you can make use of those ones, but make sure that you are enrolling. You are enrolling your learners by the 30th of June 2026, and the achievement thereof is by June 2027. That is most important. You will see that those 3 qualifications have been highlighted there. They are part of those legacy qualifications. However, they are being replaced by occupational qualifications, colleagues. So you will see that when the qualifications development process is finalized, you will see that those qualifications would have been replaced by those ones. And then I'm highlighting also that with the legacy qualifications, you will see that at the bottom, you have those 2 qualifications which are add-ons, colleagues. Those were indicated as dormant. However, the industry indicated they need those qualifications, so approval was sought and received for those particular qualifications. Now, our dashboard in terms of this process, where are we? What are we doing? The realignment process, there, we're saying it started slow because of certain issues, you know, dynamics in terms of various subsectors and so on. There were certain particular needs that the various subsectors required. So we had to attend to that particular area. I'm just taking this as an example so that at least colleagues can be able to understand in terms of what I mean by certain legacy issues that needed. For example, you will see that that qualification is clothing, textile, footwear, and leather. Everything was lumped together. However, industry indicated that, look, we need to develop our own qualifications, because once you lump everything together, we're different subsectors with our different needs and requirements. So please separate. So we had to work with industry that with each and every subsector, leather, and do the necessary scoping and profiling processes, textile, footwear, clothing, and general goods, so that we are able to cater for all the needs of industry, as it were. So that's why then that particular process is important. And we're then working on reviewing certain qualifications, as I've indicated. Dates for review, when you check our website, you will see those, but those are updated from time to time because there are certain changes here and there during the process of qualifications development. Now, with the QCTO process, it might take slightly longer. So even though the submissions may be there, may be made, but sometimes we're subject to QCTO processes. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. And then learning materials development, we are working on making sure that all the 83 learning materials that we've identified qualifications for are developed. And also this includes also skills programs, colleagues. It's not only qualifications in this particular case. As I've indicated, that is just our grid that just demonstrates that that's our target on historical qualifications. This is where we are at the moment, and then we'll just be having those 3 meetings, and also the future dates will be on our website. That's the status, colleagues, in terms of the qualifications so far. By the way, this presentation will be made available, as Mr. Naika has said. So those are the qualifications, colleagues, the status thereof on each and every, what we call on each and every qualification. As you will see, you will have a much more time to interact with that. We are indicating that we started slowly at 3 learning material, and then we've moved slowly. We are currently there, but our target then is that 83 by the end of March. So we're trying to move as swiftly as possible, and these learning material, as we're developing it, we're linking it to the occupational qualifications, because what has been happening is that learning material would be developed separately from the qualifications. However, it makes it much more sense when you develop the whole aspect together, because in this particular instance, you now have your curriculum having been developed. Now, when you look at the status of artisans, fortunately, Mr. Ellis is here, probably punctuate on some of the areas that need to be punctuated on. We are having, occupational qualifications developed. However, there are those ones that are already there in place, right? Those ones highlighted in yellow. Those ones are already in place. They've been registered, Ms. Els? Yes, those are already registered, and they are there on the website. But what is most important is that please take on learners, because if a qualification doesn't have learners, it is rendered irrelevant. It's rendered redundant. So please take on learners. We're just encouraging STPs to make sure that we are taking up these learners and so on and so forth. Mr. Naika spoke about OFO codes, because occupational qualifications are linked to OFO codes. So it's important that also is looked at, and that is what also the scoping and profiling exercise looks at, so that at least there is some alignment in that process. We know that there has been a meeting there in terms of just making sure that the OFO codes are approved. However, we are hoping that everything is going to be in place. Certain challenges, colleagues, we need stakeholder involvement for us to be able to move the sector. Stakeholders need to be involved. You need to participate. In some instances, during our exercise in terms of scoping and profiling, you know, you would find that only a few people are turning up and so on. And then the point would be there you are delaying the development of the qualification, and yet you need to drive this particular process. We can't move and dictate. We are not the ones who have to dictate for industry or the subsector or the sector in terms of what is required. So we are saying when we issue out invitations for participation, we have a deadline in terms of March 2025. So requesting, you know, the experts to be part of the process, you know, so that you have relevant qualifications. It doesn't work when there's nobody there. We are requesting that as much as possible. So we are hoping that, you know, QCTO, you know, accelerates this process as much as possible because it's quite critical, colleagues, and also the accreditation is very important in this case. If that happens, what is the impact? Obviously, the impact is that more qualifications, learners are trained for what is relevant. Positive outcomes, achievement of the APP targets. What are our timelines? By March 2025, we are having our qualifications registered, 60%. We are hoping that 60% of STPs are accredited against occupational qualifications, colleagues. That is most important. We are able to implement in that particular score. The accreditation process, as I indicated earlier, let me amplify it again. This is a QCTO process. It's handled by the QCTO. Should I say, if you call the Seta, we'll direct you to the QCTO. Please call the QCTO and submit everything to the QCTO. The only time that we come into effect, it's those areas that we've highlighted in that color, whatever it is. That's when the QCTO allocates. They will do the necessary application, the evaluations and so on, desktop, and then they will say, Seta, you can now begin the process of site visits. This is the allocated list of providers that you need to visit. And then we go, visit, check, whatever the case is, within the realms of what the policy of the QCTO says, and then hand it over to the QCTO. And it's no longer a Seta process. I need to emphasize that. However, we do support in certain instances by taking you through the process, but we always are inundated sometimes to say, please fill in this form, do this. We can't do that anymore. You have to do it. The STPs have to do it themselves, unfortunately. So that is the point. That is quite crucial. You know the types of accreditations are four. You'll have your skills development provider, you have the Strategy Center, assessment center, and also as a workplace. These are areas that you need accreditation for. Now, there's another aspect that tends to come through. If, as an example, if you're an assessment center, and then you have got different sites, those sites have to be approved. It's important. If you're having one in Four Ways and you have another one in Pretoria, each and every site has to be approved. So we need, it doesn't mean that when they've approved this one in the mid-rand, the rest of the others are. There still needs to be that visit and the evaluation processes. So colleagues, please make sure that you are attending to that. Make sure that each and every site has been approved. And then the QCTO will issue a letter towards that. And this is one area that is hot issue, but the QCTO is intending to, in terms of their policy now and council approval, they'll be charging for accreditation process. You will see that the indication is that it is charged for skills development provider and also assessment setters per application, colleagues. per qualification, per site. That is important. Per application, per qualification, per site. You will see those are the tariffs that they are introducing, accreditation, those are the tariffs. The indication is that the site that you need to put in, it has to be to the maximum of 5. So they will charge you 1,300. Anything beyond, you have the 6th one, then they will charge you 1,600 and so on and so forth. You know, for whatever it is, then they will charge you for that. That is the understanding that is there with what we call with this particular process, even with the certification processes, also with the extension of scope, also with the certification processes. So these are the things that are being introduced by the QCTO in terms of their policy, in terms of their. We seem to have a problem in terms of the registration of assessors, especially against occupational qualifications. And this is most important because if you don't have assessors, you don't have moderators, learners can't be declared, their achievements can't be declared. However, we find that there are certain STPs that are busy training, there are no assessors, there are no results. Seta, where's my certificate? You know, how can it be? Then we look for documentation and so on, we find that you don't even have a learner agreement. If it's a learnership, you know, there's nothing. You know, you do not have a registered assessor, learners are not moderated, you know, those are the aspects. So colleagues, just please make sure, assist us so that we can be able to assist you because those are the most critical things. The Seta doesn't necessarily delay. It will delay because there are certain compliance documents that haven't been put in place. One provider will say, look, we need certificates, and yet there are no learner agreements. You know, they've completed training. You know, now what are you going to do? Where are you going to find these learners now? You know, Seta is delaying. You know, yeah, we will issue your certificates as quickly as we can. Artisan is the same similar process, colleagues. Learner enrollments, a critical aspect for this whole process in terms of implementation of qualifications. Also, this is also a QCTO process, colleagues, wherein we're saying when you enroll learners, please make sure that the necessary documentations are put in place because that is quite crucial. Also, the ASA registration, you will remember from the roadmap that I had indicated that when everything is all and done, this is most important because that's when the learners need to be approved. You know, once they complete the program, the issuance of statements of results, then they can, then as an STP, you need them to indicate that my learners are now ready for external integrated summative assessment. And then that process will then kick in. But these are the dates, you know, the dates are published on the website of the QCTO in terms of that particular process. Because colleagues, if it's not within 3 months, if it's not done within 3 months, colleagues, your learners won't be assessed. So it is important that it is done within that particular period. If you continue without any approval, you know, though that assessment is rendered null and void. So please make sure that you comply with what is required. That's why it says no late submissions are allowed. Learner certificates, also, as you would know, certificates are issued by the QCTO on occupational qualifications, part qualifications. Those are issued by the, what we call, by the QCTO. STPs are not allowed anymore to issue certificates. So please know that when you are issuing certificates, those certificates are issued, certificates that have to be approved within the policy realms of the QCTO. Colleagues, my contact details, if there's any clarity required, my contact details there. Then we've got an able team in head office. Ms. Zanele's story was introduced. Mr. Els is there for artisans. He was also introduced. He's there as the manager thereof. We've got quality specialists and we've got regional people that are there. Colleagues, the last departing point that I will have is that every Thursday there is capacity building process. From 10 until 12, we are helping, STPs, old and new, in terms of the various processes that pertain to the QCTO. It would be your accreditation, your registration, assessor registration, or whatever the case is. If there are certain issues around qualifications that you want to know, please make sure that you attend those capacity every Thursday from 10 until 12. That is when you will get all the details that you would need and so on. If there are certain issues, also on a daily basis, you can give us a ring or send us an email, and then we can be able to attend. We are trying to move as the quality assurance department as swiftly as possible with everything that we need to do. Let me thank you so much, colleagues, for giving me an ear. Mr. Naika, I think I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zondi, for that very detailed presentation. I think another round of applause for Mr. Zondi. Mr. Zondi is the new GM on the block, and I think he has done exceptionally well. Let's just take a few questions, if we've got a few searching questions, because it's a technical presentation. So if you have one or two questions that you want to ask for the benefit of everybody, please feel free. You are very quiet this morning. It's Valentine's Day. Huh? You don't want to create a war, don't you? All right, very quickly, Mr. Duncan Shongwe. All right, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Happy Valentine's Day to everybody. Just a comment. I am from SAPI. We as industry, we just ask that there should be active collaboration between the Seta and the QCTO on an ongoing basis. We are used to dealing with the Seta, and sometimes when we deal with the QCTO, we find that the QCTO says back to the Seta. So please try to tie up that collaboration. I did note that when you were showing us the distribution of the levy, one sees that 0.5% goes to the QCTO. And one sees that a lot of Seta activities have moved to the QCTO. So frankly, that tells you that the QCTO is undercapacitated. So please, that collaboration, people try to elevate it. Yeah, let me park it there for now.
You want to respond? Do you want to respond?
All right. There is collaboration. We do talk to the QCTO in most cases, but I must say that Dr. Yende wouldn't have been able to accomplish a number of things if Dr. Yende wouldn't push. So she pushes as much as she can. She will always have sittings, probably, with the CEO thereof. She would write letters. We also, at our level, also are able to deal with the chief directors there. So we try to collaborate. However, systemic processes tend to creep in and they tend to retard certain processes. However, we are collaborating, but yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zondi. Yeah, I just want to concur with what Mr. Zondi has just said. I think it all starts from the leadership, from the captain of the organization, from Dr. Yende herself. I think lots of our companies, lots of our stakeholders, are aware that Dr. Yende is always available, having meetings with all of them. Dr. Yende is highly experienced, highly knowledgeable in skills development. She's been with us for some time now. You are fortunate in the sense that because Dr. Yende is represented at the highest level of skills development in this country, you are the first to get all of the information. Okay? When I read out Dr. Yende's profile just now, you will see she's right at the top. She is the chairperson of all of the CEOs, of the Seta CEOs. She represents all of the Setas at the highest level, whether be it ministerial level, deputy president level, president level. So when there's discussions taking place, when there's something new coming, okay, she brings it to you first. You are so fortunate and so lucky. That gave you the energy, didn't it? All right. So thank you very much for that question, Mr. Shongwe. Yes, Dr. Yende is definitely at the forefront and takes care of all of your interests. We have another question? Okay, I'm coming to you, sir. I promise you I'm coming to you. If you could just be a bit loud so everybody will hear, right?
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. My name is Desiree. I would like to ask regarding the learnership or the program that has been ongoing. However, due to delays, in-house delays, the project maybe has closed 12 months later, say maybe the 14th month instead of the 12th month. So what could be the worst case scenario for that? Will the learners be certified, or what can we expect in that regard? Thank you.
Okay, because it...
Respond to this one, but it's fine. You are saying, if I understand quite well, the learnership has ended, right? Because of certain delays in-house and so on, will the learners be certified? Definitely, if you are meeting all the necessary requirements and so on, learners will be certified. There's nothing that precludes anyone from certifying learners.
Thank you. Yes, let's take the question here from the gentleman, please. Introduce yourselves, and then you can ask your questions.
Good morning again. So thank you very much, Mr. Zondi, about the presentation. I just wanted to re-emphasize the fact that we got the correspondence from the CEO on the 15th of January that previously, the ones that were going to be expiring, they are now current again. We can enroll them. So with our accreditations, which have this, we can again enroll the learners until 2026. And then the aim of certifying in 2027, meaning we're still accredited, because they at the QCTO, they said we're no longer accredited before, but it was still last year when they said so. When they said so, yes.
The accreditation is still effective. As I'm saying, if your learners are enrolled, they have to be enrolled by the June 2026. The achievement should be by 2027 against legacy qualification. Anything beyond that, and then that's when then your status will then be null and void. Right.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive response to those questions. Are there any more? One last one, Mr. Shongwe, for you.
No, just a comment around the charging model of the QCTO, where they are planning to charge industry for services. Business Unity South Africa has engaged the QCTO on that. I was privy to that sitting, and there are some motions to just look at that methodology or approach, or even revise the fees, just to share. Okay. All right.
Well, it's good to know that there are certain engagements that are there. Also, as a CETA, we've highlighted some of the aspects. So those are areas that will be dealt with also. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much. As we are hard pressed for time, thank you, Mr. Zondi. Appreciate it. As we are hard pressed for time.
Can I just request, sorry, let me greet everybody and appreciate the presentation. All I wanted to know, because quality assurance is sticky, I wanted that we just emphasize the difference between the guidelines we have received and the gazette that was signed by the former minister, because we have got those two. We just need to make sure that there is no confusion, please. Yeah, can maybe we just get a bit of emphasis there?
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you very much for your guidance on this matter. Can we go back to the presentation, the quality assurance presentation, please? Can we do that? Quality assurance presentation.
That's the one. Open. All right. Good morning, Dr. Yende. Let me then probably, indicate the areas of emphasis between the two. The indication is that previously there were directives that were gazetted 30 June 2024, right? And then in December 13th of December 2024, guidelines were issued. Now, the directives that were issued 30 June are the directives that we were busy with. Those are the ones within which historical qualifications, were based on in terms of what kinds of extensions or realignment and so forth that needed to happen. Now, you would note that certain seaters were identified, and with us there were 3 qualifications that were identified. However, seeing that industry needed some of those qualifications, submissions were made, and an additional 9 of those historical qualifications were therefore added onto that one. So, but with the directives 30 June, they had given a blanket kind of extension to the qualifications, as it were. Now with the guidelines are indicating that, look, as much as there were certain directives that were there, every qualification that is historical is extended, as it were. But the emphasis is on the extension 2026 in terms of enrollment. The emphasis is on 30 June in terms of 2027. However, this is happening on a case-by-case process. Not just any, but it's on a case-by-case kind of process. And that is the most important part of this. But there isn't much in terms of deviations thereof. That's why then the indication was, if you look at the guidelines, you read it in tandem with the directives so that at least you are able to get a sense in terms of what are the aspects that are quite crucial. So the extensions thereof, are granted on the basis of a case-by-case basis. Also, this also includes the grant provisions thereof. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, CEO, Dr. Yende, and thank you to Mr. Zondi. So, as I told you that we are pressed for time and we want to move on. It's a Friday. Our next presentation deals with monitoring and evaluation procedures. I now call upon Ms. Kataza Koza, the manager in that division, monitoring and evaluation, to do a presentation. Round of applause for Ms. Koza, please.
Greetings to the Fp&M Seta board members present and to our CEO and our esteemed stakeholders. My name is Kataza Kosa, the manager for monitoring and evaluation. Mr. Naika? I will be taking you through the inner workings of the monitoring and evaluation function, highlighting the following areas, which are the implementation of the M&E strategy, verification of first-time approvals, site visit timelines, pre-site visit preparations, risk management, project implementation risks, as well as the implications of non-compliance. As custodians and beneficiaries of public funds, we have a shared responsibility to demonstrate the highest level and highest standards of stewardship, of accountability, and governance. In response to this, the Fp&M Seta has implemented a robust monitoring and evaluation strategy that is underpinned by risk management, internal control management, compliance management, and M&E best practice. The Seta then applies this approach to assessing the implementation of discretionary grants, ensuring compliance of SDPs, and reporting effectively to our internal governance structures. In the main, M&E is an overarching function that assesses the effectiveness of inputs across the organization. But in this instance, we'll be looking at how this finds expression in project management. The key activities then include site visits, routine and risk-based site visits that are conducted by our independent sector skills advisors, M&E reports, which are then analyzed and the identification and mitigation of risks is conducted. This then culminates into risk registers, which track the effectiveness of internal control strategies. Incident reports are then documented, which document project-related risks and the mitigation thereof. To achieve this end, a linkage between the projects division and the M&E function has been created through the enlisting of our independent sector skills advisors, who then conduct site visits, objectively assess discretionary grant project implementation, identify project implementation risks and incidents. Practically, the following steps are taken across the M&E value chain. ISSAs will arrange site visits in accordance to their project schedules. They will then conduct reviews using the M&E checklists. The signed reports will then be uploaded on the M&E system after they've been discussed with the various SDPs. Reports are then analyzed and risk incidents or observations are documented. Thereafter, incident reports are submitted to projects and QA divisions for remedial action. And I'd just like to pause here, stakeholders, because it is at this point that stakeholders would then be prompted to resolve any issues that have been identified. A decent amount of time will be afforded to SDPs to then resolve this issue, failing which it will be considered a non-compliance, which we will then detail in the next couple of slides. The next question then becomes, when is this staged? So when can you expect M&E to come knocking on your doors? The first process starts with the approval from the board. After projects has conducted their processes, the board will then approve the commitment register, which is a register of all the projects that have been approved, following which the commitment register will be received by the M&E department. Thereafter, allocations will be done to the ISSAs, who will then commence with the appointments, which will be done via telephone and email. I must caution you, colleagues, or rather just bring to your attention that risk-based and unplanned visits will take place. In addition to our risk-based and routine site visits, we also conduct due diligence reviews that are conducted with the purpose to determine compliance with Fp&M Seta due diligence standards and practices, and to assess and grant assurance on professional delivery and implementation of projects. The scope of these reviews is facilities, equipment, disability compliance, performance history, delivery and administration, staff and resources, accreditation, ethics and governance, and lastly, physical resources. Please note that the Fp&M Seta reserves the right to conduct due diligence reviews on any organization that intends to contract, partner, and collaborate with the Fp&M Seta. These reviews are not a commitment to contract or appoint, but rather a compliance exercise that we are undertaking. Please note that all first-time approvals will be subjected to compulsory due diligence reviews. The objectives of these verifications is to verify existence and also to assess readiness and capacity to implement projects across the board. We do understand that these visits can be quite daunting to our SDPs, and therefore we encourage you to prepare the following: implementation plans, learning programs, learner agreements, accreditation documents, learner records, proof of learner stipend payments, compliance documents, attendance registers, portfolio of evidence, log books, and MOAs. There have been a number of project-related risks and incidents that have become quite prevalent in our reviews, and we encourage stakeholders to guard against them in the process of project implementations. These include, in no particular order, learner stipends or allowances not duly paid by stakeholders. We appeal to stakeholders to be conscionable with regards to this matter and to steward public funds in a manner that is ethical and consistent with good governance. We're inundated with complaints regarding stipends. Then there are delayed project activations, unavailability of stakeholders for M&E reviews, which then hampers our ability to provide assurance on project implementation. The fact of the matter here is that the cost of associating with the Seta and accessing public funds is allowing yourselves to be subjected to governance practices, one of which are our site verification visits. They are non-negotiable. Ghost learners and deceased learners, as Mr. Naika has detailed, non-compliance with approved Fp&M Seta policies, delayed submissions of accurate and complete information, inaccurate or falsified learner records, and fraud, which Advocate Sibia will talk to in much greater detail. We regard these matters with the utmost seriousness, therefore, depending on the severity of the issues reported, where suspicions of contractual and/or legal breaches, malpractice, unethical conduct, and governance risks occur, M&E may recommend formal investigations, suspensions of the implementation of the project, suspension and/or revoking accreditation of the training provider, blacklisting the training provider or institution, withholding payments due, and reporting the matter to authorities for further legal action. I would like to thank our stakeholders for the cooperation we have enjoyed in this region. We welcome your engagements, and therefore we ask that you contact us using the contact details that have been provided on the screen. Thank you very much.
Can we take a few questions in terms of monitoring and evaluation? It's about the most important part of our work, of the Seta work, monitoring and evaluating the projects we implement. Because we are dealing with thousands and hundred thousands and million rands that we would spend on some of these projects.
Hi, we're going to just go back to this due diligence reviews. We had one about a month ago. I just wanted to know in terms of how long we are going to wait for some kind of feedback. We have sent numerous messages via CTP as well as Caxton requesting feedback and how long we're going to wait for it. Because we want to take in apprentices from last year's discretionary grants, and this was what this due diligence was all about, and we've had no response.
Okay, so when you talk about a response, are you talking about feedback regarding a certain project? Because this is just a compliance exercise. So the feedback that we would provide to you is when we go through the report with you and go through the findings of the report. It is a compliance exercise, it is not a commitment to contract.
Okay. Yeah. But how long is that? How long do we have to wait for that feedback?
The feedback. So that should have been immediate. So immediately after you went through the exercise, it should have been gone through with you with the ISSA.
Okay.
Report.
Did
you sign the report?
No, we didn't. That conducted the review said that she was going to typing up the report and be in contact soon. And
okay. That should take 72 hours.
Okay, well, we're nearly a month down the line.
Okay, I'll have to go back and look at that and give you proper feedback. Thank you for that. Thank you very much.
Kataza, can we check whether was that your process? Because I think the lady's talking about artisans that I think need to proceed or they need to take on artisans. Can we just double check if it was not QA? QA, would you have maybe conducted that site visit? Or is it purely Kataza's process? Can we just double check with QA?
Zondi? Artisans.
Maybe Andre can assist. Andre?
Good morning, Doctor. Good morning, stakeholders. This is Kataza process. So it's not a QA process. So it was a monitoring process that happened, CEO. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are there any other questions in terms of monitoring and evaluation? So thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Kataza. Let's give Ms. Kataza a round of applause, please. The next presentation deals with project implementation risk. It is a very important presentation, so I suggest that you attend, quite carefully. So let me call upon Advocate Sibiya. He's our board secretariat and legal support in terms of his position within the Seta. So he's going to do a presentation with you on project implementation risk. Come through.
Thank you very much, Mr. Naika. I would like to extend my greetings to our award-winning CEO, to the board members present here today, as well as those that are online. I'll also like to extend my greetings to our colleagues, as well as to yourself, stakeholders, the most important people as well here in-house. All protocols observed. My name is Samuel Osibia, and I'm here to give you this particular insightful presentation. I hope it becomes insightful, and there are a few items that you learn from this particular presentation. So inter alia and amongst other things that will be covered during my presentations are as follows. First of all, obviously the introduction. Secondly, the MDDG legislative summary as we legal division. Thirdly, types of fundings. Fourthly, AG's findings in respect of some housekeepings, pros and cons as well. The other items, it's fraud and corruption, as well as whistleblowing, as well as awareness. Without that, it's very much critical and important and imperative to notify all stakeholders that we're an organization that is established, and maintain a culture of good corporate governance through the implementation of approved policies and/or procedures. What are we saying here? We're saying that we're not just dealing with funds, but our house at Fp&M Seta as a Schedule 3A enterprise is in order to the T. During the midst of our presentation, we'll also enlighten you as well about, for example, the fraud prevention plan that we have in place, as well as the toll-free number, which is obviously managed by an independent personnel, as to where to go about reporting suspected fraud, imminent and or actual. Because obviously where there's funding, other people will try and take a chance. So we're saying here at Fp&M Seta, we're trying to stop that particular process flow. The MGDG legislative summary, of which other items have obviously been covered by Mr. Naika, but we're saying this particular act came into effect to redress the past imbalances, obviously, which is the Skills Development Levies Act. Obviously, post-94, there was no such particular act, there was no particular initiative, so it came forth with the intent of saying that we want personnel to be upskilled, not just to go to work, but there needs to be some level of upskilling. So the Skills Development Levies Act, it's kind of like a mandatory monthly payment that every South African employer earning over 500,000 Rand a year is obliged to pay. I remember I got a question elsewhere saying, what if I'm earning, my turnover is 400,000 Rand, 300,000 Rand? Explicitly, legislation says 500,000 Rand and above, you are mandated to particularly tender such particular sums of money and or to contribute a percentage of your particular payroll. What does that mean? It means, for example, if your turnover, less pensionable deductions is, for example, 700,000 Rand, 800,000 Rand, then that 800,000 Rand, a percentage of that is actually going to be payable to SARS. Obviously, as we know, SDL is employer contribution, unlike UIF, which is employer-employee contribution. This is a snapshot of how the process flow materializes and or the distribution and or the allocation thereof of the 1%. It starts from you, your employer. I'm earning, my turnover is, let's say, for example, is 800,000 Rand. A percentage of that 800,000 Rand will be payable to SARS. SARS goes to DHEAD. DHEAD does the distribution. 20% goes to National Skills Fund. Obviously, 2% will go back to SARS for admin. National Skills Fund will be left 18%, and then it goes like this, 80% to Seta, 20% to monetary grants. So there we're saying we're pleading stakeholders to submit your WSP's ATRs for you to get back your 20%. Obviously, if you adhere to the requirements of Fp&M Seta, as obviously divulged by Mr. Naika. This is the allocation as indicated here, and it's a snapshot of the allocation. During the financial year end 23-24, these are some of the AG's housekeeping findings. We're saying in a nutshell, saying pros and cons. So we're pleading to stakeholders that as in the past financial year, and we found out that there are, for example, learners with invalid ID numbers, identified disease learners, learners with different symptoms. So we're pleading to stakeholders that there needs to be checks and balances. For example, as our theme today is skilling for employability, how are you going to skill for employability with regards to a person that is diseased? You can't do that. So then we're saying that so that as our controls, we've put it, for example, an integration with the Department of Home Affairs to check the validity and accuracy of ID numbers as well, which has been implemented. And our IT division will actually enlighten you about our new control, which is in place. But we're actually also pleading stakeholders to make sure that checks and balances are actually adhered to. Take it like this. Take it as if it's your own child that was supposed to benefit from that particular funding, for example. So let's say you put a number and you say, for example, 20, whereas you don't actually have 22 of those people are diseased and you have not exercised the honors of notifying the Seta. 2 of those people whom are diseased, think of it like this, there will have been 2 more people out there who are disadvantaged, who are entitled to that particular benefit, but unfortunately, you will have fraudulently and obviously notify the Seta that you have 20 whereas you have 18. You are disadvantaging people more and further. Let's work collectively and stop fraud and corruption. So another control that we did, letters of demands have actually been served to service providers that have actually been identified to have diseased learners in trying to recoup the sums of money that was funded to identified, obviously, diseased learners. We are saying to you and appealing and putting you in the know that if you're found to have committed such, letters of demand will actually be sent to you. Summons will follow if obviously that particular situation so warrants. After that, the particulars of claim will definitely follow as well. So we'll take legal action to the T. Be best assured about that. So we're putting forward to all stakeholders, we're not just being presumers about defining what fraud is. We don't want you to say, but I didn't know, I thought it's this and this. I was not in the know. Let us put you in the know. So fraud is defined in this particular way. It's an intentional act and omission. I like to say to a lot of people, underline the word omission, because a lot of people think it's only when you act towards something. But be best assured, sometimes when you omit to act towards something in which you're supposed to act towards too, you might and or could have possibly committed fraud. So it is actually an intentional act and omission designated to deceive others, resulting in the victim suffering a loss and or the perpetrator achieving a gain. In this particular instance, the victim unfortunately is going to be ourself, Schedule 3A enterprise and entity, and yourself achieving a gain. The elements that the courts will most likely be looking into if obviously this particular situation so runs that a lawsuit be so instituted are as follows. If one happens to make a representation about a material fact, you make a representation, I have 20 students, whereas you don't actually have 20 students, which is false, knowingly very well that you don't have 20 students, and made intentionally, there's intent and knowledge and recklessly, which the Fp&M Seta will be of the reasonable belief that whatever information that you're furnishing to the Fp&M Seta is actually truthful. And acted upon the victim will obviously act upon such particular information that will ordinarily have been furnished to us, but unfortunately to the victim's damage. It's going to unfortunately be to the disadvantage of those other learners that will have benefited from this particular funding, but unfortunately to your own selfish advantage. So the legislation that will be looked into and or that the court will look into are inter alia, amongst others, the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act 12 of 2004, Financial Intelligence Sectors Act of 2001, as well as PAJA as well, inter alia. So we're saying fraud represents a significant potential risk not just to the assets, but also to service delivery and to the reputation of the Fp&M Seta. What then are the recourses that we are most likely going to take should you have been found to have committed fraud? The recourses are as follows. If the personnel is found to be obviously in-house, we're not saying we're just going to take a recourse only to external personnel only, but also to in-house personnel. What does that mean? To people that have also been employed inside our Fp&M Seta. A DC will materialize if obviously the person is as a stakeholder as well, institution of criminal proceedings if that particular situation so warrants it, recovery of the sums of money like we did, saving some particular service providers with letters of demand. We don't want to talk about that. We don't want to be in that particular argument with yourselves, as well as civil litigation if obviously that particular situation so happens to warrant. This is a practical example about fraud. Obviously, there are lots of other examples that one personnel can actually give. Practical example is such as giving an Fp&M Seta employee gratification in the form of a car for the benefits of yourself and or for the benefits of another personnel. So to act personally and or by influencing another person, so to act in a manner that amounts to illegalities and illegal or unauthorized manner that amounts to entirely some of these items indicated here. We're saying to everybody, please let's work together or collectively to stop fraud and corruption. I've been speaking mouthful about fraud, which is obviously the plea we bring forth and saying, please don't do this. One might be asking themselves then, what must I do? Blow the whistle. A whistleblower is an individual who provides the right information to the right people. Lawfully, whistleblowing occurs when an individual provides information that they reasonably believe evidence wrongdoing to an authorized recipient. Be best assured, when you happen to whistleblow, the law protects you. Which legislation protects you? As legal, I like to cite promulgated, enacted, and socially signed legislations that are therein. So you're protected by the Protected Disclosures Act 26 of 2000 as amended. Be best assured that when you whistleblow, we in-house happen to have our anti-corrupt service provider, independent of any outside influence as well as politics. Be best assured that our independent anti-corrupt body is obviously in place to coordinate all anti-corrupt activities effectively as well as efficiently. Stakeholders should demonstrate as well, not just the Schedule 3 enterprise, a zero-tolerance approach to corruption and fraud as well. We're saying together we can stop fraud. We cannot do it alone, but collectively we can. I've been speaking mindfully fraud, corruption, pros and cons. One might be asking then where to go about reporting. This is where to go about reporting. We're saying to you, to call it out, call it in. Do not be silent about any wrongdoings identified on any particular project and or contract. Rather do the right thing. Even if you go online and type Fp&M Seta hotline, you're going to find this number, SMS, text, and or call it in by calling it out. This is what happens in the mind of a whistleblower. That's why then we thought it's prudent to make you aware and or to put you in the know. For example, the mind of a whistleblower will be like this. This is wrong, I shall do something. But again, you'll be like, can I make a difference? And be like, shall I be the one to say something? Again, be like, shall I rely on, who shall I rely on for help? The outcomes might be, I won't say anything. Don't be that person that say, I won't say anything. Be that person who'll be like, I'll say something. But again, you might be asking yourself, who should I tell? Definitely don't tell me, but tell the independent hotline because it's treated with independency. It's a small citation I like to cite there from C. Fred Alford, all the way from the Institute of Ethics of South Africa. He says, to be a whistleblower is to step outside the great chain of being, to join not just another religion, but another world. Sometimes this other world is called the margins of society, but to the whistleblower, it feels like the outsider space. Let's make this space an outsider space. Let's make our society an outsider space that is free of fraud and corruption. Together, we move skills development forward. Fp&M Seta and service providers to lead the way. We cannot do it alone, but collectively we can. Corruption is the enemy of good corporate governance, also cited in the King Codes. Working together, we can defeat corruption, resulting in a skillful country. Let's remember our theme. We're trying to do it you're trying to ensure that there's we're trying to ensure that there's skilling for employability. We cannot ensure that there's skilling for employability if obviously there's fraud and corruption as stopping this whole value chain and the process. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Advocate. What we will do now is, do we have a few burning questions to ask the Advocate? Please feel free to ask a few questions. We've got one there. The gentleman.
Good morning again, Fp&M Seta and the Advocate. I'd just like to ask a question, maybe from the Seta perspective, that would you only be monitoring the service providers that are using the Seta grants, or maybe you can extend your monitoring to those that are using other grants or just accredited skills development providers, because this sounds like high quality monitoring that can ensure that the service providers overall offer high quality services. Would you extend that maybe to other service providers, if maybe requested by the service provider, say, may you come and monitor so that I keep par with the standards of the Seta in terms of risk assessment?
Thank you very much. Obviously, priority will be taken to funded service providers. But again, because we will have funded, we will have given you money. So that's why then the monitoring thereof, investigation thereof, we want to see that whatever sums of money that has been funded is fit for purpose. There's no fraud, and or corruption that will have materialized therein. But again, we're saying there's no estoppel in other activities that the Fp&M Seta is involved in. Should you therefore foresee potential and or actual fraudulent activities materializing? That's why we have the fraud and or hotline services wherein you can call it in to call it out. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? There's a question on my right-hand side from the gentleman. Introduce yourselves, please.
Thank you. Peter Steki from Sapau. Is the presentation a warning or preventative, or do we have any experiences of incidents that has happened already? And could we quantify those incidents? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I think if one paid careful attention in the presentation, we cited a few incidents that has materialized with disease learners. We said in the presentation, I'll go back, we have shared already, it has already materialized letters of demands to certain service providers whom have been funded to have had disease learners. That's an action that is materialized. So it's not just a warning, it's a warning with an action.
Thank you very much for your firm responses, Advocate. As you can see, he's a no-nonsense advocate as well. So we must do the right things. That is very, very important. It's been a loaded and a bit of an overload in terms of presentations right up until now. So what we will do is, let's just take a 10-minute leg stretch. So I urge you, for the more important presentations, the ones by the CEO, by IT, and by DG, we save the best for last. So take a 10-minute leg stretch, and when you come back, we have the more important presentations for you. Thank you very much. I think we are ready to restart. I'm just waiting for a few more stakeholders to come in. If the Seta staff can just assist by ushering those stakeholders that are out there in that reception area, if you could just bring them in, please, so we can start in all earnestness. I'll give you a minute. And can Seta staff then close the doors, Ms. Mali, so we can start? I'll give it a minute. Please, let's kindly settle down. Stakeholders, please, those of you that are in the foyer, if you could just join us. All right. At this juncture, I'd just like to extend a very warm welcome to our CEO, Dr. Fp&M Yende. Please, a big round of applause for Dr. Yende. Dr. Yende is doing one of the more important presentations in terms of opening remarks, the Seta strategy and performance. I'd just like to keep you informed in terms of the background and the profile of Dr. Yende. Dr. Fp&M Yende has served as the Chief Executive Officer for the Fp&M Seta for the last 10 years. Since May 2013, Dr. Yende has successfully taken the Fp&M Seta from being an organization that was underperforming to one that is very high performing, achieving an overall performance of 100% in most of its years. Since her appointment, the Fp&M Seta has achieved 10 unqualified opinions, including 7 clean audit opinions from the Auditor General of South Africa. I think Dr. Yende, just on that performance scorecard, deserves a big round of applause. Dr. Yende has a wealth of corporate and executive management experience at global companies like PwC, Lafarge, BHP Billiton Group, and Dr. Yende has also had the opportunity to participate in the Africa Leadership Conference hosted by Harvard Business School in the US. A professional journey is underpinned by a strong academic foundation. A primary qualification is a BA degree in social work, and she has subsequently successfully achieved higher diplomas in marketing and advertising through one of the best schools in the country, the AAA School of Advertising, a master's degree in public and development management from Wits University. She also completed an executive program in digital business strategy from Massachusetts Institute of Technology in the US and governance leadership training programs through IOTSA. And I think this is a very notable achievement. An apex degree, that means the top degree, is the Doctor of Philosophy in Management of Technology and Innovation, PhD from Da Vinci. Another big round of applause just on that achievement. We've got many of us sitting around here has got the PhD, the doctorate degree. Dr. Yende served on several boards, including BHP Billiton Group, Forte University, Inchlanzeni Tivat College, where she served as chairperson of the council, South African Furniture Initiative, Printing South Africa, and Forestry Charter Council. Currently, Dr. Yende serves on the HRDC. The HRDC is the Human Resources Development Council of South Africa in the capacity as advisor in the Office of the Deputy President on Skills Development Matters. She received a ministerial award by the ex-Minister of Education and Training, Dr. Naledi Pandor, for the most outstanding individual in skills development, and a gold award for the Seta, that is the Fp&M Seta, at the National Skills Authority Awards. A tremendous achievement. No Seta has received these awards, or no CEO in the past have received these awards. So a big round of applause there as well. She was further awarded Africa's Most Influential Woman in Business and Government in the Public Sector Visionary Award. Dr. Yende was the first female recipient in the printing and packaging sector to receive the Gutenberg Award. Her current passion is 4IR technology and business performance optimization. Despite her demanding professional responsibilities, Dr. Yende, being very humble, makes time to contribute to community development through participation in volunteer work. So without further ado, let's welcome Dr. Yende onto the stage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Naika. I know Mr. Naika likes managing his bonus, so it's almost time for bonuses. So you won't understand, I really do understand where he's coming from. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. It's actually midday, exactly 12 o'clock. It's an honor and a privilege to stand before you this morning to really just give you a message around the work that we will be doing in 2025. 10 years is a long time. I think it's time up, yeah? Mr. Naika will be leading very soon. It's time up to explore other opportunities. You know, in business, you don't want to stay for a long time. Otherwise, you start to be a bore. So let's see how things roll. I think while I'm on that note, I do want to say that we are in the process of managing the appointment of new board members. A call went out last year where we made a call to industry for the nominations of board members. Why we are designed this way as Setas is because we want to make sure that skills development remains relevant. Now, the recruitment of board members onto the industry members onto our boards help us to make sure that we stay relevant. So we're really looking forward to the finalization of that process. A declaration from my side is that for the past 9 years or 10 years, my office led the process of the appointment of the boards. We have a new model where the Department of Higher Education and Training is now responsible. So please don't ask me. Don't ask me why was they appointed. I wouldn't be able to assist. But we have received what we have received and we have submitted to the department. The department is duly running with that process. And I think I want to also talk about ILDP quickly. We will be having ILDP, our International Leadership Development Program, soon. We have seen the success that that program yielded in the past, and we want to make sure that we resuscitate that particular program, so we will be having an advert soon. Just quickly, I want to extend our compliments and best wishes to all of you for 2025. I want to also extend our wish of strong health and safe 2025 as we all discharge our work in transforming our businesses, our communities, and our individuals. I think we have all heard the SONA, and the message was very clear from the President. We are rally fully behind the new government and the new SONA message that we received. The Seta is fully functional, everybody's back at work, and we are already hard at work. We promise to continue to provide excellence in the work that we do. The strategic intent, for those that are new, our Seta strives to be a credible and effective skills development partner, ensuring the delivery of service excellence that will produce a highly skilled world-class workforce through various skills development interventions. I made an example in KZN that we are now focusing strongly on the quality of training. The quality of training, colleagues, please. It cannot be correct that when there are noises, the noise moves towards poor quality of training. The bad thing is that when that happens, it hits the CEO. It's very sad. It hits me. But I'm not discharging the training. We have partners that are sitting here with us today who we trust with the delivery of the training. So please, each time you recruit, the intent must be correct. The intent must not be to claim a tranche, but is to ensure that by the time the learner comes out of your program, they can be able to do whatever they're trained to do. If it's garment construction, let them be able to do that. If it's shoemaking, let them be able to do that. If it is writing, editing, I want to have them, because I'm busy with some of the journals, let them be able to edit my journals. If it's textiles, let them understand what is the process of manufacturing a textile. If it's furniture making, let them understand the tools and the wood, type of wood that we need, so that the chairs that we sit on, we don't really find ourselves on the floor. Yeah, because we do find ourselves on the floor. You think you are sitting on a chair and then you are actually on the floor. You know, it's an embarrassment. I don't know, some of you might be young, but those that are of my age would have witnessed that on television, national television, a very senior public figure falling off the chair. Now, when that happens, you must think, Fp&M Seta, what are you doing? So let us really, really be serious about the quality of the training that we deliver, so that we can be able to inject economic growth and be able to have small businesses that the President spoke about, that will then migrate into medium and large. That should be the intent, not just completing the program. As we do that, we need to be able to ensure that we discharge our work ethically. I think Samkelo advocate spoke about it very strongly. We are very fortunate. Fp&M Seta, we have we don't really struggle with issues of ethics. Our stakeholders understand partnership. For the past 10 years, really, I have not had issues of that. We come to the workshops, we talk about what we expect. People go discharge their work. And I was saying to the team, the 100% performance or the clean audit is not Fp&M Seta alone, it's Fp&M Seta together with our stakeholders, because we cannot be able to produce work without the work that you then do, which then becomes the portfolio of evidence that we then produce to the Auditor General. Let's continue to do our work excellently. It is in our value that when you partner with us, we expect you to be excellent, and your delivery must be excellent. Honestly, integrity is very important, and we need to all of us be held accountable, not only the officials, but because we are in a partnership. When we sign a contract, we are entering into a partnership, and both of us, we are therefore accountable for the work that we do. But then respect becomes important, because we don't look at beneficiaries as just learners. We should be able to have a respect, a relationship that has got respect, irrespective of whether we are training learners or we are coming to this type of sessions. Everyone is important, and everybody should then be respected in the work that we do. For those that are new, these are our industries that we are servicing: furniture, clothing, woodwear, printing, textile, print media, pulp and paper, publishing, forestry, general goods, leatherware, and footwear. I wish to extend a heartfelt gratitude to business for the support that I've enjoyed over the past 10 years, I have said to my team, I've been very fortunate to could have enjoyed a full support from business, fullest support from business in the work that we have done at Fp&M Seta. Where I would need guidance, they would actually be ahead of me to say, feeling we need to sit down, let's talk about this and let's address things differently, let us do things differently. And I have said that the business model that we flaunt, really, it's not the business model that I conceptualized, it's a business model that was conceptualized by industry. All that I did was to really just have my bum on the chair to put things together, and that we appreciate as a business. We appreciate the partnership that we've enjoyed. As you would see that the business confidence has grown from 2020. In fact, when I started, it would have been great just to show you where I started, where we're at in terms of numbers. We have since doubled that number. And as you can see that the business confidence is increasing to grow. And I always say to the team, it can only grow because of performance. Once we drop the performance, nobody wants to work with a failure. Everybody wants to work with people that are making, doing their best to make a difference and actually expedite work that needs to be done. And understand that when we set up values, we set them up to assist and support business growth and excellence. 72 hours is a value and a standard that we have agreed upon in terms of our operations. And I always impress upon that the respect of that particular value. So we really try our level best. 20 days is a long time for you not to have a response. On the website, there is a functionality that you can engage with me. I'm still just trying to get my office also in order, but we still try and respond expediently to the queries that we then receive. That has really helped us, among us, to get the confidence that we're really enjoying with business. I hope that in the next 5 years, the leadership will also be able to do the same so that we, grow beyond the growth that we've actually enjoyed or achieved. The mandate of the Seta is very clear. I think most of us know that we are mandated to facilitate skills development across the sectors that we have. We are now collaborating with other Setas, so you'll from time to time see my name in another Seta or see another Seta's name in our Seta. It's because we have now agreed to invest in what we call strategic high impact initiatives that are meant to transform businesses and communities at a large scale. We are talking about employability, we are talking about SME development, entrepreneurship and mentorship of small businesses by big business. So for those initiatives, we are ready to invest huge or meaningful amounts to be able to realize the difference that we intend achieving. One of the initiatives that we are supporting is the Just Energy Transition. Just 2 days ago, I got a letter from the Honorable Minister, Dr. Nkabani, who's the Minister of Higher Education and Training, requesting me to nominate one of the Seta CEOs to participate in the National Advisory Body of the for Just Energy Transition. Now, those that are not aware, Just Energy Transition is an initiative that is sitting in the office of the President, Honorable Ramaphosa. He has delegated that function to be our Minister, Dr. Nkabani, and therefore we are busy putting together processes in place to make sure that that project kickstarts as soon as possible. So the nomination has since reached the department's office, the Secretariat to Human Resource Development Council for the CEO that will then be representing the Setas on that advisory committee. I think it would have been a great opportunity for me to nominate myself, but in leadership we always consider others, which is very, very important. I think what is important is that we are going to be skills fraternity is going to be represented at the highest body of the just energy transition, which then reports directly to the President through the Honorable Minister, Dr. Nkabane. Strategic focus areas we've spoken, I've heard this morning, everybody's speaking about employability. We are focusing on that. And I am challenging business, formal, informal, everyone here today to rethink their training strategy. Let us rethink and reimagine a new landscape of training, whereby we then move away from training and fighting for certificates, but training and fighting for jobs, fighting for absorption, fighting for registration of companies, of people that you've trained. Then you can go to bed and say, I've made a difference. I have transformed a life of at least one person. It doesn't interest me. Actually, for the past, if I remember, 10 years, I've always said certification doesn't interest me. What interests me is what then happens after the certificate. So let us really do our level best to apply and train for meaning. Basic education speaks about reading for meaning. Let us also train for meaning. Our people should then be able to go and make a difference in society. Business that comes to my office and say to me, we have an expansion and we want to train for absorption, I'm happy to talk to you. Outside of Mr. Malema's process. But I want to see where those learners would then go. But I'm very happy to try to engage you and see what we can do. If it means that I have to extend the partnership that I've established with certain funders to fund the initiative, that I will stretch myself to do that. And that's how serious we are about trying to reverse this high level of unemployment. It's killing our communities. It is adding to the high levels of crimes because everyone is hungry, everyone is trying to make means to have something to eat. So I think as a collective here, we can begin to make a difference by thinking about the throughput, which is going to be meaningful in terms of absorption and employability. So please, as we go to our businesses, I know every business has got a long-term, medium, and short-term strategy. Think about your application that will talk to what the business requires. Just in terms of the focus areas, I've spoken about SMMEs. It's very, very important. We will be doing a lot of work around there. For IR-related work, we'll be doing a lot of work around there. JET is our priority indeed. We'll be doing a lot of work around that. Collaboration, if you've got partners, you want us to extend and be part of that partnership, that is going to be imparting skills, but also with the end result being employment. Please talk to us. GBV, we continue to support GBV. Throughout the country, we'll do our level best to support those initiatives. Township economy, the President spoke about that, and rural development. We continue to support those initiatives, but let us make a difference and not leave those township young people the same. Because once we get a recruiter saying, I've got these young people that we're going to train, we come on board in terms of supporting the initiative. But then the difference should then be what happens to those young people at the end of the day. Establish relationship colleagues with business. When I worked in business, we always opened our door through corporate social investment through enterprise development, we always opened our doors to engage and hear how can we support communities where we are doing businesses or where we have a presence in terms of our plants, when I was in the mines, in terms of our mines. So we can knock on those big businesses, not to say employ our young people, but to say, can you coach 10 SMEs that we've just established? Speak with enterprise development managers. They've got transformation managers. Let us make them work. Let's partner with them. It's their job for them to assist and support CEOs of entities, senior leadership of entities, to support transformation of the country, which the president spoke about in his sonnet, that it will continue because we have to make sure that the country transforms. The training of people with disabilities, we did research to pull together work that's been done there. The intention is for us to showcase the work that we've done in supporting learners with disabilities, because we've invested meaningfully there. So we want to now show the ministry what these learners can do. So when you come and say you want to do work with learners with disabilities, just make sure that you qualify to do that. It's very, very important, because you need to leave them knowing how to produce whatever products that you are teaching them to do. So that intervention is going to be showcasing the work that you've done in that area. So service providers that have been supported to identify and train learners with disabilities, I think you might have been contacted by Fp&M Seta, where we are asking you, where are those learners? We want them because we want to visit them. But that's going to be done. That's now the model that we are using, where we just randomly call with the minister and we come and visit the learners. So we want quality training, and we're going to make sure we visit randomly a lot of businesses and training centers, just so that as a collective we can really be proud of the work that we are doing. QCTO, I think in the morning there were a lot of questions around that. Let's do what we can do. I don't want to talk a lot about QCTO because I was saying in one of the sessions, I'm sure perhaps the CEO does not want to see Dr. Yende, because I've become a spokesperson for industry, simply because my argument is that we need to understand industry when we make policy changes, and we need to move with industry and make industry understand what are the changes and what is the potential impact. So deepen stakeholder engagement. It's important, not just policy changes that are far from business, because we know what it means as sitters. If business is suffering, we know the impact on one, the workers, the working class, but two, the business itself, and the effect on levies as well, that is the skilling of young people. So the changes that are happening, we need to have a say to QCTO on those changes. We successfully managed to engage QCTO on qualifications development, where we're supposed to, by now, we're supposed to have migrated to occupational qualifications development. And we did say the industry is not ready. We need to provide support to industry to then be able to migrate successfully without impacting on training, because training is the backbone of business. So whatever developments that are coming, if they are registered with us, we are also able to engage QCTO on the potential limitations or risks that we see. So speak to us. You are welcome to speak to us. The gentleman that spoke to us this morning, Mr. Naika, from SAPI, Mr. Naika, I'm talking to you. In the morning, we had from SAPI, Mr. Shongwe. Yeah. No, but I'm asking you. Mr. Naika is in another world. And he's already dreaming, who's the next speaker? Mr. Shongwe, feel free to talk to us. We are here to support you so that I know Busa, I've worked with business PLA, PLSA, I've worked with Busa. They are also organized employer organizations that are making a difference. But you're also welcome to talk to us where you have challenges that we can be able to immediately take those to our immediate stakeholder, that is QCTOC, or it becomes easier and actually quicker. Okay, so this is just at a glance the work that we have done. We'll continue to do the training that we've done following the demographics of the country. That is important. Another example I made was that when many years ago, when we started implementing transformation, we had a program called Take a Girl Child to Work. And the downside of the Take a Girl Child to Work, we then ended up forgetting that there's a boy child. So when we come up with changes, they should not then create an imbalance. We should really try and create that balance we want to achieve. So your training, balance your training. Be diverse in your approach so that we can all benefit and realize that inclusive economic growth that we talk about. These are the learning programs, and just in terms of how we have performed, every year we increase our numbers, and every year we reach the targets. Please, at the summit, we had with the Deputy Minister, oh, by the way, Deputy Minister Mimi Gondwe is our minister, Deputy Minister. She's dedicated to oversee Fp&M Seta by the Minister, Dr. Nkabani. So from time to time, you will see me with Dr. Mimi Gondwe. When we visit you, we will be coming to you with her. She speaks to learners. She likes engaging young people. So she doesn't speak to service provider. Most of the time, she greets the CEO, the service provider, and the 10 minutes then she wants to speak with the learners. So when we identify you, we come to you, then just know that we will expect you to have the learners so that we can engage them and have them share with us their learning experience. The mandatory grant, we took a dip, I think everybody did, but we're coming back again, and that affected the 100% performance that we enjoyed for a while as Fp&M Seta. But as we can see in 2023, 24, the numbers are coming back again. We hope that we can get more companies getting the money back. Yeah, there are other discussions that are coming on this matter, but I don't think I'm authorized to engage on that right now. This is the performance of the Seta, as we've seen that the 95.43 is as a result of the declined WSPs. Audit outcomes, I think Mr. Neka spoke about that. We are fully online. So, colleagues, we expect that when we come up with changes, we then, there is full alignment with our stakeholders. I've requested that we have a standing transformation conversations, a session on, I think, every week, Tuesdays or so. Is it Tuesday? Zitulele? Yini ngathi nilele nje abantu baseSeta? What's wrong? Nifuna ukuhamba niye ekhaya? Must I send you home and maybe get 2 members from, our stakeholders to join Fp&M Seta, because I think nina seni comfortable. Balele, I think, they're sleeping. Valentine's Day. Okay, Nyeman. I think we can do better than this. Andre, what say you? Okay, just I can see you are up nice and active there. It's only these GMs. You know, these GMs, they become very fat and they forget to focus. Okay, Mr. Tulede, Thursday is the sessions. Is it Thursdays? Yeah, where we talk about the changes that are in the system that are coming. Please let's join Mr. Situlele. I think the IT will talk to us about this enhanced MG and DG. I'm appreciating being copied on challenges on that relate to the submission of DGs and not DGs, sorry, mandatory grants, system related, so that they can be able to follow through for support. The few that we've received, we have successfully addressed them. I've spoken about the governance transition. The 1st of April, we will then be having new board. We have received nominations across different sectors, and the department is finalizing that. They advise that they are finalizing that process, and very soon we will then be having new board that we will introduce to our stakeholders. But that is, others are same people from the same industry, others are new, so that's how we work as a Seta system. Learner stipend must be paid, colleagues. Learner stipend is learner stipend. We have one of the Setas that is, so we can decide. So there are two models. One is we continue doing what we're doing. We give you learnership with stipends for you to discharge. Or we just give you the admin and we keep the stipends. So it's up to us. We are, and I say us because we are a team. If we continue to have learners that are not being paid, we're going to take the money for. Do you know how much I'm losing by paying learner stipends with the admin to you? Millions in interest. The intent is to transform. So you're taking it into your bank account, you earn some interest, but so give learners a stipend, assembly. We are asking nicely. The admin is good enough for admin to be done. Learner stipend, if you look at the learner stipend, colleagues, we're not even paying our learners a lot, comparatively speaking. Other sitters, they pay them 2.5 and all of that. We are really not giving them anything. So let's not make them have difficulties coming to class, assembly. Please. We are trusting you. It's a trusting relationship that we have enjoyed, all of us. Let's continue that way. I can tell you that I don't have a lot of issues on learner stipend not paid, but it is listed here. Maybe there's a reason from M&E, that she's a lady from London. I call her lady from London because she studies in London. She says she wants to be the next CEO from London. We welcome her. She's doing very, very well. She's really done a great job since joining the Seta. And the team at Fp&M Seta is doing exceptionally well. We really appreciate that. By the way, my new team is doing exceptionally well. I think you've got the likes of your Zanele online. Who's online? Oh, she's here. Oh, I didn't even see you. No one is online today. All right, so they're all here. Yeah. The new team that has joined us, really, they have adjusted quite well. Advocate, I think you've seen him before. Mr. Zitulele is new, and they battled to adjust. They said, no, this Seta, we can't work like this. They complain about the CEO that they can't work like this. And I'm saying, but I've got a business to run. We are working with business. So this is how we are. It's either you are with us or you go to another entity. But Fp&M Seta is designed by business to operate and respond to business needs. So they have adjusted quite well. So once the board is finalized, we will then communicate that to you colleagues. We extend our appreciation to industry for having submitted those nominations. Just want to see, I'm not leaving anything that I think it's important. I think the ARRP, we have been supporting those. We continue to talk about the district development model. The president spoke about that, emphasize the work that is going to be done further there. So we'll continue to focus on that. And the industry master plans are very important. So industry, our businesses, please know your industry master plan, because our training is going to focus on those skills as well. There's no way we can support you if you bring your application responding to the industry master plan, because when we review later on, we should be able to say the skills that are captured in the industry master plan were supported by the Seta. Those are reporting to the ministers, the industry master plans, the ministers, as well as the president and parliament. So it's important that we fully support those. Digital training is important. Join us with the e-learning, our e-learning programs. I would have hoped that by now we would be having the assessment tools online. We delayed because of the occupational qualifications development transition, but I think the team is back online, Mr. Zitulele, to try and complete the e-qualification, the learning material, right? Those that are approved, I think we are already loading online. So I think it will be great if our stakeholders go online and see what they see is what they like. If they don't like what they see, we need to then amend and adjust to respond to the expectations. So colleagues, I think that is in a nutshell my presentation. I wish to thank all of you here for having taken time to attend to our session today. Like I've said, my door is open for strategic initiatives that are going to create jobs, but I want to see something in writing, and I'm happy to engage with you. And it's a process outside of Mr. Malema's process. But I know Mr. Malema is going to shock you also in his presentation, because he's got some expectations that he has kept at in his presentation. But we have to push through these thick walls to can realize a different outcome. Okay, if unemployment, we have not managed to address it successfully over the past, 30 years, it means that what we've been doing is not working. So let us turn a new page and do things differently, and support each other in that way. So Mr. Malema will be presenting and talk to you about that. I've seen some of my board members. I want to acknowledge them, and thank you very much for them for having made time to join us. I don't want to call by name, I might just miss one or two, so all of them are welcome, and I appreciate our board subcommittee members that are here today. Thank you very much for making time to attend, and some potential incoming board members. Thank you very much, colleagues. We really appreciate your time this morning. Thank you. Mr. Naika.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yende. Please, one more big round of applause for the award-winning CEO, Dr. Feleng Yende. It's always very difficult to speak after the CEO has spoken, but I'm going to try, okay? Are there any questions that we have for the CEO? While we've got the CEO with us, are there any questions that you have for her? I'll take one or two questions. No questions? So you have spoken. One question. Oh, thank you very much, beautiful lady. Thank you. Introduce yourself.
My name is Mihloti Mohale. I'm based in Garangwa, working for PBO, NPO, So from as long as I've worked for the church, believe it or not, I've always created some learnerships that focus on equipping our youth with skills and employment. So what I'm interested in, based on all the monies that have been spent so far on the learnerships from various setters, have we been able to measure the impact of, how much are we impacting unemployment, looking at the issue of the learners being absorbed in various workplaces? Do we have those studies conducted?
Thank you very much. We conduct our work scientifically. Your question is very, very important. I'm looking at the owner of that process. He is responsible for research, strategy, impact studies, and all of that, Mr. Naika.
Yeah,
Can you maybe just give a rundown of the absorption rate, ranging from apprentices, just plus minus, learnerships and the skills programs? Thanks.
No, thank you very much. That is an excellent question, okay? So we do have a research unit, and research falls under me. So we conduct what is known as impact studies. We do impact study research. So there has to be return in terms of the investment that we make in training. And therefore the CEO is now promoting skilling for employability. That is the theme of these workshops. So you've got to ensure that we're not training for unemployment, we are training for employment, okay? Or entrepreneurship, or some kind of innovation. So that's what we do. So in terms of measuring the impact, obviously during challenging years like COVID, etc., the rate of employment post-training would have been at an average of 40 to 50%. But overall, in terms of the from like about 2022 onwards, 2023, we noticed that around 71% to about 73% of those that are on the apprenticeship program do get employed post-training, okay, in terms of an average. And anything between 67% to 70% of learners that are on the learnership are also getting absorbed post-training, or they undertake further training, okay, or they're going to some kind of entrepreneurship venture where they set up their own businesses. So we are quite successful in creating jobs in the good years, whilst when industry struggles, then we also struggle to create those job opportunities as well. But at an average, we are doing quite well. Okay, so we do have those specific statistics. If you want, you can contact me and I'll make that available to you. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Nandipa Matigiza, and I'm from Nandipa Fashions. CEO, thanks very much for your excellent presentation. I've got 2 points, and the first one is actually a humble request. Is it possible for us as a Seta, especially on the textile side, to actually have a stipend for the skills program, because it becomes a problem? People don't understand why there is a stipend in other Setas, and with us there is no stipend. It's just a request and a question. The second one is, as somebody who is also in industry and also training, I would like to suggest that if we can emphasize on NQ level 2, because after NQ level 2, it could be a skill for that matter, which is about 3 to 4 months. If you train an individual, for instance, joint component, that individual when she leaves training, she'd be able to go to industry and say, I'm looking for a job. And I, as a factory person, I will say, how many machines can you operate? And if you say 4 or 5, which will be from joint component, you are most likely to get a job. I think the Seta has been emphasizing too much on NQ level 1. And the people that we train on NQ level 1 cannot get jobs in industry. So it is, something that we could share, and I could be criticized if I am not correct. Thank you.
Very much. Thanks for the 2 questions. So, skills program stipend. I've recently done some research and came across that phenomenon where some cities are paying stipends, Mr. Naika, to young people that are in the skills programs, interventions. I think it's something that can be explored. I can't pour cold water on that concept, but I think it's something that can be explored. The minister spoke about in Parliament transformation of NSFAS as well as CETAs. I'm not so sure the shape and form of the transformation of CETAs, but I think as the engagements then take off, we'll then see if these type of suggestions are not factored in. The challenge is that CETA's balance sheets are different. You've got one with 2 billion per year as income, you have one with 200 million, you have one with 400 million. So when it then comes to developing business models, it then becomes, that's where you see the variances. But I think we're taking that into account, and it would perhaps form part of the discussion that will then be commenced by the department when looking at the transformation of the CETAs. Level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, it's up to you. It's not up to us. It shouldn't be up to a CETA. In fact, I frown upon level 1. I've been saying it. I frown upon level 1. Practically think about it. If you've been to a university, first year of university studies, what can you do? Nothing. That's where you're just being taught concepts. What is a needle? What types of needles? What is this machine for? This is a button machine. This is a sewing machine. This is, no man. That is not training. Now, it is incumbent upon the service providers, the SDPs, to pitch the training to a level where young people will then be able to be properly skilled. We have got stakeholders that do level 1 and 2, for learners to go out at least being able to do something. Because level 1 is just introduction, colleagues. Now, if you want to sit on level 1, it means when you come back for application, your application should say to us progression. Now, stakeholders come, they apply, we support, they exit the level 1, they recruit for another level 1. You can't do that. It shouldn't be done. It's a poor practice. The best practice should be the same people that you had in level 1. Let them progress to level 2, at level 3, then you have got competent and young people that can add value, not only to business, but to themselves. That's where we talk about self-employment. So that one is that's an open card that you guys need to write on in terms of to what extent you want your young people to be employed. If anybody tells you that you should stick to level 1, please tell me who that person is, because that person, we need to have a serious discussion with them. Because I'm wasting money. Producing level 1, it's a waste of money. It's waste of business and taxpayers' money. We can't work like that. Please, I am glad that you raised it, because I wouldn't have spoken to it as a matter of serious concern. Level 1 is not training. Level 1 is introduction to whatever. I know our qualifications. I sit down with quality assurance when they do these qualifications. I'll tell you what sits where at what level. So please let us then add passion to the work that we do, so that industry can then come and invest on the learners that we are training. Actually, when we had the summit last year with the deputy minister, industry was saying, but you are producing people that are not able to do anything. And there was a concept of skills mismatch that then emerged. And I'm sitting there as the CEO, I'm saying, but what do you mean? But the skills mismatch is not coming from the qualification. It's coming from the level of training. I've been understanding it incorrectly, because we argued in that investment summit last year at the University of Johannesburg, where business was, and they said, we are just creating, I remember this guy was saying, from agriculture, this white guy was saying to me, as we're engaging, you know, Feleng, we end up creating serial learners. They are serial learners. They move from you to who to who to serial learners, just for stipend. And that, I'm telling you, that is the truth, guys. You see, we need to be objective. Where we have failed, let's accept the failure. And let us then genuinely say, what are we going to do to make a difference? How do we do things differently? Because I've been very hard on business to say, you are releasing low-level people that are not giving us the skills that the business needs. And we are spending a lot of money developing these occupational qualifications. But in hindsight, because I remember I had in Western Cape, the Premier's Skills Development Forum. I said, no, but the Premier, that's not correct. Business is sitting developing qualifications. So if we are talking about skills mismatch, we need to look at business. But in hindsight, it's not the actual qualifications that are causing the problem. It's us. Because we are recruiting every year. New people every year. We cannot have workplace-based learning for a level 1 learner. What are they going to do? What are they going to do I will not take those people. I will not. In my business, I'm not going to take those people. Unless if Yenda says to me, no, you take them underemployed. I'll fund you to train them underemployed learners. But I will not take them coming from a service provider, private, who just gave them a quick training to get to claim. We have to change our behavior, colleagues. That we must change. We cannot continue this way. If you're going to do level 1, you need to progress those learners to level 2, exit them at least at level 3. So your accreditation, my lemma, you must look at it. You must look at the accreditation. It must be accreditation that's going to give us quality training. And if you call me and tell me you're not supported, I will look at that and I'll make a plan to support only if you're accredited at the right level. And before I finish on this aspect, we are also lambasted as Setas that the country doesn't see what we are doing. And I'm talking because I'm the chairperson of Seta CEOs. And I get a flag for even all the Setas where I don't work. Country doesn't know what the Setas are doing. But I'm saying, but we have workshops, come and see what the Setas are doing in the workshops. So when you recruit, when I was in business, at least when I was employed by Billiton or Lafarge or whoever, when we had sponsored anyone, they would say in the work that they do, in the presentations that they do, in partnership with Billiton, in partnership with whoever, SAPI, in partnership with any, whatever, PAMSA. Not, come, I've gotten money, I want to train you, come, it's my money. In doing that, you are promoting yourself, but you are killing our brand. If we are partners, we need to be partners through and through. Let the community know where you got the money from, as a belief. Really, we are asking nicely. Because people don't know where the money is coming from. People just come and say, hey, so-and-so has got the money, they are recruiting again, they've got a foundation. But your foundation is not saying, Fp&M Seta is giving us. When you are recruiting, recruit with our logo to show the partnership, so that the country can begin to see, Setas are there. They say, where are these Setas? We don't know where they are, we just know they are taking money. No, guys, let's change our behavior. You know, it's a new year, it's Valentine's Day today. Happy Valentine's to those that have got partners. And if you don't have, sorry, I tried to get a chocolate for you. You know, let us change. And we welcome the GNU, okay? We welcome MTDP. And we're going to do things differently. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Okay, I can see another question. We'll take that one question. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Togozani here from Ibafigile Skills and Consulting Services. I just wanted to ask about, it's in connection with the rebranding as well as the LMIS. And firstly, why did you feel a need to rebrand and do a new logo? How much did it cost? Could the finances been used to maybe impact other areas of the Seta? I noticed this because I think a month ago, last month, I was trying to use the LMIS and I found out it had changed. So it was a new LMIS, it wasn't the same one as last year, but 2 weeks ago, it changed back to the old one. I don't know why, maybe you're still trialing out a new LMIS, they went back to the old one, and the new one didn't have some of the information that my employer had input into the system a year ago. But when they went back to the old one, the information was back. So I guess maybe the new system might have issues. You're still trialing it, and maybe later on in the year it might be implemented, I'm not sure. But you're back to the new system. And what else in terms of the rebranding will impact us as stakeholders? For example, the LMIS.
No, thank you very much. I think that's important. In business, we do what we call continuous improvement, and this is part and parcel of that process. LMIS is an internal process that does not have an additional cost to anything. It's a process that is paid for internally. So what we do is, as we have comments that are coming through, we enhance the system. We have this IT and the team that they're going to present. What might worry me is if information is changing, the core information is changing. Core information should not change because we are not changing the system, Mr. Masango, we are enhancing. So for speed, for look and feel and all of that. All of that, it is done internally. It's part and parcel of just business as usual. Rebranding, it's a new look we want to talk to young people, and this is more, attractive to young people. We tested that, but it doesn't really cost, it's part and parcel. So what you then do when you rebrand, we have t-shirts, yeah. I'm not throwing it away. I can't throw it away because it's Fp&M Seta brand. So I still keep it. New production, you then use the new brand. So you don't have to say these things are now old stock. We don't work like that because we get audited by the Auditor General, and we have got, in the audit process, we have what you call irregular expenditure, fruitless expenditure. So we're quite careful when we do come up with such initiatives. So, Mr. Masango, we want to maybe the question of potential code info that might have changed design, we'd need to look at that. I'm not so sure it would be in terms of the algorithms or whatever, but in my view, we did not change the actual design, but enhanced the system. So we will, I don't know if you want to take that, or we'll talk to that to understand maybe when you present the type of changes that the Thokozani is actually referring to. All right, because remember, to change a system, it's not an easy task. We cannot just be chop and change a system. We don't do that. It will cost us a lot of money. So we can only touch and enhance for efficiencies. Last question, if there is. If there's nothing, I'm happy.
The lady.
Yeah. I don't know.
Lee, the last one there.
Yes, I wanted to.
Mic is off.
Thank you, CEO. We appreciate your presentation. It really gives us the impression that you are passionate about taking Seta to another level, and also you're passionate about transforming the country. My question is, I just want to find out what initiatives do we have in order for us to take rural development to another level? I see on the presentations that we do talk about partnership with TVET colleges, partnership with government, and partnership with local municipality. Do we have a situation where we can create a partnership with tribal authorities? And the reason why I'm asking is that I had 2 meetings this week with 2 different tribal authorities, and they are saying we really want to make a difference. And with the new initiative of workplace placement and the mentoring that we need from the private sector, if we have the relationship or partnership with tribal authorities, that will actually assist us, because though the tribal authorities can actually instruct those mines, those industries within rural communities to ensure that they plow back to the communities. Thank you.
You said your name is, ma'am?
I am Lebo from Dot Center, Business Consulting.
Lebo, thank you very much. Spot on. I won't waste time there. It's a spot on, yes. Tribal authorities, we appreciate and we would welcome that type of partnership. In fact, in KZN, we had a king that came to our session and greeted stakeholders and appreciated some of the work that we've done with them. So you're most welcome to partner with the tribal authority and then reach out to Fp&M Seta. Thanks, Lebo. I think, you also.
Yes, I just want one point that I forgot, CEO, sorry. At the present moment, foreigners who have been working in factories are actually, they've got to leave the factories because some of them, they don't have papers to work. Now, what is happening in industry, there are people who are unable to occupy those positions. And if we talk according to the Seta situation, that is NQ level 2, we do not have people who can go and fill up those spaces which were taken up by foreigners. And actually, that is NQ level 2. Now, when it comes to training of NQ level 2, machinery becomes a problem because NQ level 1, you use domestic machines. And a lot of people would not have industrial machines, 20 industrial machines to go and train joint component. Now, it's the Seta and us, I would say the Seta, who would have to come to help as far as that is concerned. I don't know whether I've explained my point straight, but that is the situation.
Thank you very much for that question, okay? So I see that you have issues with the NQF level 1 and the NQF level 2 qualification, and you're talking about domestic machinery versus industrial machinery. Okay? So let me explain. In terms of the NQF level 1 qualification, that was always intended to be a new venture, entrepreneurial type of qualification. It's to train unemployed, give them entrepreneurship, knowledge, experience, and skills, and that will allow them to set up their own businesses. That was not meant for industry. NQF level 2 qualification is an industry-specific qualification set up according to industry machinery, industry standards, etc. Therefore, that qualification will tell you, we will give you expertise in two or three different types of sewing machines, okay? You will learn different types of stitching. Okay, but based on industry standards and the times within which you would be doing it, where they would time you, etc., how you would stitch that garment. So there's a difference between an NQF level 1, which focuses on your foundational learning, like your mathematical literacy and your English literacy and your basic ICT skills. Okay, together with a bit of stitching on a domestic machine. Right? So that's the difference between an NQF level 1 qualification and an NQF level 2 qualification. NQF level 2 qualification, if you are accredited in the NQF level 2 qualification, it means that you are industry. You cannot do that in an outbuilding, neither can you do it within your home. Because you must have the total infrastructure, you must have the industrial machine, sewing machine, the Juki sewing machine, or one of those computer-based embroidery machines, etc., to facilitate on those type of qualifications, qualified assessors, moderators, trainers, coaches, mentors who are industry-based. So that's the difference between NQF level 1 and an NQF level 2 qualification. Okay, now the point that you were making about foreigners, okay? And we're not having sufficient people at NQF level 2 qualification because we're already training NQF level 1 qualification. I really don't think that is the case. Because NQF level 2 is industry-based. We do train a lot of machinists, okay? We train them in the thousands. We train pattern makers. We train them in the thousands. We train in terms of your furniture makers, the upholsterers. We do a lot of NQF level 2 qualification. NQF level 3 qualification will focus on team building, supervisory, okay? And then that's how you climb up the NQF level, and that's how you would improve, obviously, your expertise, knowledge, in terms of a career pathing framework. So what you have, when they develop these qualifications, they would develop a career pathing framework with these qualifications to show you our worker, or even an unemployed person can career path through the NQF right up until NQF level 9s and 10. So that's what it's about, okay? Just to improve the understanding in terms of what's an NQF level 1 qualification and what's an NQF level 2 qualification. The issue about foreigners, okay? Look at here, foreigners, what you got to understand is there are legal processes in place. Okay? You cannot say that they're not having proper papers, etc., and therefore you cannot absorb them. You got to encourage those foreigners to come to the Department of Home Affairs. Obviously, they need to declare, they need to register, they need to get, because we are audited by the Auditor General of South Africa. That is the reason why we cannot absorb them. We are audited. They will ask, okay, give us the foreign ID. Show us registration with the Department of Home Affairs. So those are legal processes. You cannot come into a country illegally and expect us to train those foreign students as well. I hope I've tackled that matter, comprehensively, and it puts that matter to rest. NQF level 1, NQF level 2. Thank you very much. Okay, it's Valentine's Day. I will accept that round of applause. Thank you very much. I think there was one last question. I've got a stiff neck, so I was leaning toward my right-hand side. I'm just going to move now to the left. I know the lady. Thank you. You may stand.
Nono Sibeko from Hugh Fashion and Art Institution. I've got some concerns. I don't know what could be the, how do we trace the students who are, I now call them stipend hoppers, who will move from one person to another, and from that person, I just want to check how do we manage that kind of a thing. And then 2, I think we are beating ourselves when we say these kids don't know anything, even if after training. I do have students from the CJC because I'm in partnership with them. I'm taking them for internship. But to be honest, even those who have done 1 year, 6 months, it's not enough to claim that they can be productive. You've got your expensive fabric, you cannot give it to those kids. Even if they've got their N6, they don't cope. So I don't know what could be best for us to do for them, because they come as a trained people to us, and then we are expected to allow them to do things. And unfortunately for them, even the usage of machines, some of them, they don't even have them from the CJCs and the other institutions. So the struggle that we are having, it's not only with us as service providers, but I think even the FET, the colleges are struggling, because if you check with those kids, they'll tell you, we don't even know how to use an overlocker. And they've got N6. So I don't know, how are we supporting, or what kind of support do we have, or kind of a partnership just to check who's doing what, and at this level, what do we expect this child to perform? What are the expectations of their performance? Thank you.
I don't know. Mr. Naka, I think I'm actually looking towards you. I think the question is quite broad. But I want to just quickly deal with a different context, and maybe you'll take another piece. So in terms of the value chain of the training, we have got facilitators that do the actual training, who are supposed to then say this learner is competent. I've taken this learner through this theory. Then you have got those that then come to examine the learners, who will then declare the learner to be competent. Now, declaration that comes out of the testing of the learner, the level of competence, which then comes through. And I'm being very generic because I'm now bringing in your artisans, your learnership, and all of that. Because all of them combined at the end of the day, they follow the same model, just at different points. So during the process of training, the facilitator should actually make sure that this learner is actually getting the content that is required. But the verification process as well is there to make sure that the learner, before we give them the statement of results, the learner is competent. So that particular process should happen that way. Because even at NAMB level, they don't go and test the learner. They rely on the verification report and the examiner's report that would have been prepared through a process of an assessment process. So QCTO, the new process, wants both internal and external. So they've taken the artisan model and actually brought it into your learnership program and your skills programs. So there'll be internal and external, the ASA. Just to be able to make sure that we deal with this mismatch issue. We hope it will work. Our worry is just that, hopefully QCTO expands the offices so that they can have a presence nationally, because then there's a lot of our industries and our companies and all of that. So issues of capacity is something that I think QCTO is rigorously looking at to make sure that there are no delays when all of us have migrated to occupational qualifications. So I think I should deal with that. How do we check serial learners? It's very difficult. But through our process, our contract, we have requested that we've got a provision where we are asking you to declare, to make a declaration. If you are getting money from Energy Seta, make a declaration. If you are getting money from Services Seta, through our process, we want you to make a declaration. Because what now happens is, colleagues, and I think that's why our impact is really not felt on the ground. It's another reason. Felling receives money from Fp&M Seta to train 50 learners. All right. Then I apply at WNR Seta. They give me 100 learners. Then maybe I also apply, Services Seta. And I tell Services Seta, I want to do clothing. So I train 100 learners. I take 50, report to Fp&M Seta. I take the very 50, I report to WNR Seta, and I report to Services Seta. So we are beginning, because now what we are doing, we are going digital. We are beginning to pick up these behaviors where we're seeing, but these learners are also sitting in the Services Seta system, and they're also sitting in another Seta system. So we said, so we're going to ask service providers to declare, so that when we pick those things up, we can then be able to have a conversation with the service provider to say, you train the learners that I gave you money for 50, you completed them. When you were training them with TETA, what was the training for? Was it continuity for the learner to get a license? Because that is possible, yeah? For them to get a license? Or were you saying to Seta no? Because Seta can also say, okay, I've got a surplus clothing, you can train learners in clothing or whatever the case is. So we go now following through
the value chain, because with the Auditor General, he's also picking up the learners that are actually jumping from one SETA to another, etc., etc. The question is, as they are jumping or multi-reported, are we all funding for the same learner? Which is unethical. If there's progression, we will then ask you to prove that to us that, no, for you, I trained these learners for clothing, WNR Seta was training them for retail, okay, that's fine. But we're going to now engage service providers because we are seeing that. But we are seeing it because of now the transformation, the digital transformation that is underway. MICT Seta was mandated to put up one system for all the SETAs. So all the learners are going to come into one system. So we're going to be able to now see who's doing what where. And the system is almost done. So the serial learners, we are going to now pick them up. Thanks. I think I'm done.
I think the CEO was very, very clear and clinical in terms of the response to that question. Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you for the guidance. I think that takes care of all of the questions for the CEO. We really appreciate the responses given by the CEO as well. So without further ado, and because of time constraints, it's Valentine's Day. I'm going to rush through a little bit. The next presentation on the agenda is the IT systems presentation and a demonstration that goes with it. Without further ado, I'll call upon the Chief Information Officer, Mr. Bongani Masango. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Naika. And once again, good afternoon to our board members, our CEO, Dr. Nyende, and to yourselves, our esteemed stakeholders. My name is Bongani Masango, and I will be taking you through the IT systems presentation, just to give you an overview of what we've done in the last financial year or in this financial year with regards to upgrades and improvements on our systems. You'll see I'll be talking about the integrated learner management information system enhancements, so not changes, but enhancements, which we refer to as upgrades as well, and how the integrated learner management information system will be supported, and we will do a quick demonstration. And I will also just give a background on our career portal, as we always run awareness on that, and our e-qualification portal, which are really value-adding solutions for our stakeholders, for our learners and our communities. Right. So talking to the integrated learner management information system, what we're really trying to do here with this solution is enhance it and continuously improve it. We've had the current solution that we are using, which is on a SQL database, and we've had it for about 4 years now. We started in 2020 when we transitioned, and we vigorously ran workshops with our stakeholders to ensure that it works for you. And this solution has got multiple modules within it. And as we engage you in these workshops, in our day-to-day interactions, support sessions, we take the input from our stakeholders and fine-tune the system to get it to a state that works well for you. And this improvement will not stop. It will continuously happen because legislation changes, innovation occurs, challenges come up, and we need to address them using technology as well. So what are the procedures that we follow when we enhance a solution? They're quite tight and strict. And as our CEO has indicated, we don't just change a system. We need to solicit input from our stakeholders. And then a methodology that we utilize is an agile DevOps approach. So we do small changes while interacting with the business and our stakeholders and implement those changes on the solution. So what you'll be seeing when we do a demonstration is some of the small changes that have been done on the system, still the same interface. And even when we do upgrade the interface, the core, which is the information in the back end, that does not change because it is secured and we need your consent. Every time information is updated, you would need to update that information as stakeholders. We follow the requirements gathering process, design, development, test, then deploy, and then continuously maintain. So I'll talk to the 3 business units, which is projects, SPNR, and QA. What are the enhancements that we've done in those departments? So for projects module, we've added a functionality for a commitment for the absorption percentage. So what you'll see during the demonstration, which will be done by our online developer, is whenever you're applying, you need to commit to a percentage that you, as a skills development provider, are going to absorb. Because what we are doing is in line with the mandate, trying to train for, or targeting to train for absorption, employability, and really high-level skills. The other change or update is the section where you can select disability. So you can now select the disability option on the system. And we also have the digital signature. And there's the function that says auto-populate information from current submission during DG application. So basically this means if you've captured information in the previous years on our system, all you do now, if you come back onto the system, especially key information such as your company details, contact information, and addresses, you just review if that information has changed, or if it has not changed and is still the same, you can then proceed. And single update for one profile on multiple modules. What that means is if you are working on the DG module for application for grants, and you also do a mandatory grant submission, you only need to update your profile information once and it will filter through to different parts of the solution. Okay. That's for projects. And on the SPNR module, which is your mandatory grants submission module, and what Mr. Naika was talking about earlier, there's not been much changes there. What we've done is just to simplify the template. But what's important and an overarching statement which he mentioned earlier, and I will continue to hammer on it, is around the preparing your submission data early to avoid last-minute submission capturing. As you would know with any process, if you start early, whether you're doing assignments or preparing for business submission, do it in time, prepare it, and get it out of the way so that you don't do a rush job towards the end. Also, it assists with the quality of the submission that you will do, and you will not have the headache of standing in queue while our support consultants give support to multiple stakeholders that are calling at the same time. Right. So on the WSP-ATR submission system, not much has changed there except for making that process simplified and also improvements of the template. Also, that module will also have the single update functionality. And another one that I need to touch on, if you have submitted a WSP in the previous year, all you can do now, or all you would have to do this year is download the previous template, check the information that has changed and update it. So this is us really trying to keep with the same system and continuously improve it so that you do not experience challenges that we had when we transitioned. We transitioned in 2020. Now we are upgrading, updating, and maintaining the status quo, but also receiving your inputs to improve. QA department, that's your quality assurance department, and this is where your learners get captured. On this module, what we've done is ensuring that the learner supporting document verification function is effective, where you capture the learner supporting documents. What we found is that stakeholders would capture information, but would leave the process hanging on the system and not complete it. Maybe they would send the supporting documents directly to the specialist that they are engaging. This then causes a problem when we report. So it's important that you capture the supporting documents. If there's anything missing, the specialist that you are dealing with will send a communication back to you on the system. So go back to the system and update the information that is required. That way, it also leaves you with evidence of the work that you've done on a single platform. And we now are integrated to Home Affairs. So as learners get captured on our system, we are able to verify the status of a learner. So it's important that on this section, you capture the correct ID because key information about the learner will be pulled onto the system. And it really is addressing the issue of deceased learners, the issue of incorrect ID being captured. So, and also when that learner gets exited on the system, that information gets verified as well against Home Affairs. And another important one is the learner status. So again, so that we are in line with the mandate and really ensure that we encourage our stakeholders to train for employability, high-end skills, we have added a functionality on the system that requires you to indicate the status of the learner at the end of the training. So you would need to indicate, is the learner employed? Have they gone on to study further? You know, whether they now have upgraded the NQF levels and are continuing with their studies, which is always great, or they've went on to start a business. And this, starting a business, as our CEO has indicated, it could be in the form of a mentorship program where they are engaging with another business to develop and learn. So there's just a lot of ways that you could go into entrepreneurship and or further the employability status of the learner. And then there is the unemployed. We really don't like this portion, but if that is the case, the system will request you to just add a comment as to what's happening. Are they completely dormant, sitting at home? And that's not what we are training for. We would like to keep them going. Okay. Another update. This one actually has always been there, the capturing of OFO codes aligned to qualifications, the auto-enrollment of learners which are verified when capturing classes, and this functionality to allow STPs registration for both Seta funded and industry funded. So that will then allow you to capture learner information about industry funded or Seta funded learners. And we will quickly go into a short demonstration of the LMIS, which is our integrated learner management information system. And what I've got there is the support mechanisms that we have that are available for our stakeholders. So you are able to go onto the landing page of the integrated learner management information system, and you'll see a Teams link. You can connect directly with the support consultant. We've got our weekly training sessions, and you've got a ticket reference number system where if you send an email, you'll get a reference number and you'll receive support. I will then now call upon Mr. Mwezi, our developer that's online, to quickly do a demonstration of those changes that I've touched on. Mr. Mwezi?
Thank you, Mr. Masango. Thank you, CEO, for acknowledging us and giving us an opportunity to present the integrated learner management information system. I'll start by thank you stakeholders for attending the workshop. This helps us actually showcase our work and obviously get feedback from your side in terms of things that we can further improve on our side. I think firstly, I just need to indicate that all the users on the system needs to be registered. We haven't changed much on the registration landing page. We kept it as is. In the near future, we'll see a lot of changes here. But I think for now, a user needs to be registered on the system. You use your existing login details. So you don't have to register multiple times on the system. You register once and then you can access the system every time. In the case where you forgot your password, which is what we've seen most of the time, is that all you need to do is just to use the forgot password functionality. With regards to the new enhancements that we've done, I'm sure the stakeholders are familiar with the screen. We haven't really done too much drastic changes so that we don't complicate the process. What we've really done is we made sure that we have qualifications that are configured according to the QCTO process and the legacy qualifications that we have. So I'm just going to capture just one sample data here. So the most important part with regards to the disability is that now when you remember last year when you selected the disability, there was no option to indicate what type of disability you're catering for in your training or what learners you are catering for. So now you're able to choose if it's auditory, cognitive, visual, or physical. You are able to select multiple disability if you're catering for all 4 or 2 or 3 of them. And obviously the 4IR part is important because our CEO is a leader in that, and she would like us to contribute, or the stakeholders to assist in terms of contributing to that. There also another most important part, which one of the stakeholders have indicated with regards to the absorption. So what the CEO has guided us is that we should allocate from 25% to 100%. So stakeholders are able to choose any number from 25, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, and 100% in terms of absorption. So in a case where you choose 25%, the system will record your application as such. Then it means out of the 5, you have to absorb at least 1 or 2, depending on what this 5% constitute in there. So these are the main key elements of the DG application process, where you will indicate the type of disability and the percentage of the absorption. And in addition to that, what Mr. Masango has indicated is that we are integrated to Home Affairs. So the nice thing about Home Affairs is that if a learner is deceased, as you're capturing a new learner, the system will show you whether a learner is deceased or not. And once it's recorded on the system, you will see that it will record it as such. So this indication with the red stripe here shows that this learner is deceased, and you cannot utilize this learner for further intervention. And in a case where the learner is still active and alive, you will see the green stripe, which means then you are able to actually utilize the learner for your program. And with regards to once the learners have actually finished the program, you are able to come and indicate if the learner is unemployed, or if the learner is employed. You will have to capture certain fields that indicate where the learner is employed by who, and what is the job description that the learner that is doing, and the start date. And in a case where the learner is engaging in further studies, you're able to indicate what qualification they are engaging further studies on, and with which institution, and the duration of the training. In a case where they are following an entrepreneurship route, where they are either self-employed or engaging in a business or in a partnership with someone, they're able to come and actually capture that information. However, what's important also is indicate which industry they are doing the business in. So this is now after the learner has completed the program. So you're able to indicate what they are doing thereafter. And also with regards to the WSP, we have added a very important key section, which indicate which sector priority occupations require some intervention. So I just need to log in as an SDF. So now I'm logged in as an SDF. Okay. I'm just gonna, yes. So if you look at this page, you'll see that most of the sections, like main company details, where you used to capture the company details, the only update we've done here is to indicate and say, please make sure that when you capture the contact details under the main company profile, you only capture the company details, not the SDF information, because most of the time stakeholders capture SDF details here instead of the company details. Your SDF profile already has your contact details, but here we just need the company details. And also the banking details obviously will correspond with the bank letter that you're going to upload before you submit your WSP. And in terms of provincial profile training committee, nothing has changed there. The screens are still the same. The new section, however, is the sector priority occupation intervention. Now, I think here, Mr. Masongo, I'm not sure if Mr. Naika can assist me, but this is where the sector priority occupation intervention will be captured, the SPOI. I think Mr. Naika did present, however, the necessity of capturing this section here. And also hard to fill vacancies as per the presentation by Mr. Naika. There's two sections, these three sections, the SPOI, hard to fill vacancies and skills gap are key and important. So, but the main enhancement that we've done that you'll see, the new screen that you'll see is this. The rest of the section of the WSP is still the same. Thank you, Mr. Masongo.
Thank you, Mr. Mwezi. Okay. And to our esteemed stakeholders, as you can see, we've maintained the system, the look and feel. We will then just continue as we receive your inputs to make adjustments to the solution. But as it stands, this is the live integrated management, learner management information system. And with all solutions, stakeholders, a facelift or an upgrade is required. You'll see with your software applications such as your WhatsApp, Facebook apps, there's always a revamp and version 1, version 2 of that solution, but the core information stays the same. So it's just to cater to that comment by our gentleman around the change of the system. There has been no change on the current solution that we are utilizing. I think with that, I will then check if there are any questions for the integrated learner management information system, then move to career portal and our e-qualification portal. Thank you very much.
I do want to talk to the system. I think, Thokozani, what company are you coming from? Bafigile. They do WSP, medium, small, large? Small, right. So I think, Mr. Naika, Masango, we need to take that comment as a genuine comment. All right. Ideally, the system should not have been tampered with in terms of content. And I think that was the internal discussion that I had with you and your team. To say the system is not authorized to change. The system is authorized to be enhanced. But I can tell you that, in fact, in hindsight, I have seen some comments where some stakeholders here and there have asked that they can't see the information. So I'm going to make an appeal today, an instruction that all information that has been tampered with on the system must be back online to you and your team. The idea was not to tamper with the content, but just the design here and there. For audit purposes, but for ease of reference for stakeholders as well. So just take the details of the company and make sure that they are sorted. But I want you to look at it from a value chain perspective with Mr. Mwezi and make sure that the system is as it was authorized in the previous financial year's WSP submissions, only with enhancements here and there, not deepened content, algorithm designs. Thanks.
Thank you, CEO. Well noted. And to our esteemed stakeholders, we do have detailed workshops every Thursday. And if there are any queries that you have, you are more than welcome to contact me directly and engage so that we can have a detailed session to go through any challenges that you have on the solutions that we make available to you. Moving promptly along to the quick one, to our career portal and e-qualification portal. In fact, what I'll do is talk to the slides while I demonstrate the solution. So if I can just get the solution. You may stop sharing, Mr. Moezi, and I will bring up our website, which is the Fp&M Seta webpage. And the two last slides that I just quickly went through, we're going to take you through the career portal and the e-qualification portal. What are these two platforms? So I'll start with the career portal, which can be accessed through our Fp&M Seta website. At the top right corner there, you'll see the career portal. This is basically a tool that is intended to bridge the unemployment gap, where it would pair or connect employers with skilled candidates. So as Fp&M Seta learners complete training, we upload their information on the career portal so that they can then be paired with employers that are looking for candidates that they've went to through the Fp&M Seta training. And also as an employer looking for candidates, you're able to use the portal for advertising of positions or opportunities that are available within your organization. So we highly recommend that you utilize this tool, and it also serves as an information portal about our sectors, or our 13 subsectors, where learners can come in and understand what the 13 subsectors are about, should they be interested in participating and getting skilled there. All the positions that get advertised will be placed on latest positions, and those learners are able to click on those positions and be connected with the employer. Secondly, I will then talk to the e-qualification portal. The e-qualification portal also can be accessed through that tab on the website, and this is basically a tool that is utilized to deliver training blended. And this is a value-add solution that has been made available at no cost to our stakeholders by Fp&M Seta. We put it together as an innovation solution that was thought by the CEO, and said, let's assist our stakeholders, those that do not have platforms, to utilize this platform, one, to deliver training, two, to store their information digitally for the learners that they are taking through training. You can access the e-qualification portal by requesting access. If you've clicked on the e-qualification portal tab, you will land on this page, and you will see the qualifications that have been digitized on the portal and can then request access to the portal. Should you be an accredited or a registered training provider, you will then be granted access to the portal because you'll be verified through our quality assurance team. And lastly, what we do on the e-qualification portal is take the qualifications that have been developed and digitize them. We all talk about digitization, so that paper that you see as a qualification, what we try and do is make the information more easy to understand on the e-qualification portal, but that still doesn't take away the important work that you as our stakeholders do in terms of facilitating and delivering the training. This then becomes just a supplement and an added, a value-adding solution to the training that you are delivering. Thank you very much.
Do we have any questions on the career portal e-qualification? We do.
Good afternoon. My name is Sipho. It's on your first presentation, the question, a very simple one. I'm from the same group and the Fachis business group. So my question is very simple. It's around the integration with Home Affairs. I wanted to check if the system does actually confirm, especially for employed legal foreign workers, if we capture them on the system, does it capture for them the passports, the numbers, and etc.? Thanks.
Testing, yeah. So in terms of those, I think you'd use a passport number. So anyone that is in the Home Affairs system in the country legally should then be registered on the Home Affairs system, and it should pick up that information if you've captured the correct passport number, because there would be an individual that has come through the Home Affairs system. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Desiree Mako. So regarding the forget password, at some point I experienced when I requested the password, it never really got sent to the email. So I don't know if I'm the only one who has experienced that, but the email, the password was never sent to the email. Thank you.
Thank you for that. In fact, I will admit on the slowness of the emails from the system, but that has since been dealt with. And it was due to the traffic that was being experienced on the mail system, and we have since cleared that. So now if you can click forget password on your system, you can do a live test. You should receive that email within 2 to 3 minutes. So it has been resolved. And whenever you do experience such an issue, again, you are able to click on team support, and the consultant that you'll get on the other end is able to assist you promptly, so you don't get frustrated with the small technical glitches that happen on a system. Thank you for that question. Any other?
Thank you very much. I think we are fully covered. Thank you, Mr. Masango. Big round of applause for the man that does the IT systems of the Seta. I think last but not least, we always save the best for last. And that is Mr. William Malema, okay, on the DG presentation. Mr. Malema asked him, how should I introduce to Mr. Malema? And he simply says, I'm no relation to Julius. I don't know what that means.
Good afternoon to Dr. Yende and to the board members and stakeholders at large. My name is William Malema, as Mr. Naika has indicated. Thank you for actually giving me the opportunity, staying the whole day to listen to what I'm about to say to you. I have a few matters that I need to address with the stakeholders, which is the DG window period, their assistance during the window, application criteria, documents that you need for you to submit your application, our expectations from you, challenges that we see as Fp&M Seta linked to stakeholders, and what comes after you submit your application. As it has been informed, DG has been open since January. We urge stakeholders to do their submissions and make sure that they meet the determined deadline. And note that we only accept online applications, unless in special conditions where Dr. Yende has mentioned that she might be accepting certain applications which relates to absorption of learners, which it needs to be properly documented to say, this is what we need, this is what we're going to do. If you are a new applicant with us, welcome to Fp&M Seta. We are a hardworking Seta. We need you to come with boots on, jackets on. No, it might rain, it might be sunshine. We need to push the work. You need to submit your company registration so that we can give you an N number, because that's the number that you're going to be using throughout your processes. We will provide it to you with our team here so that you can be able to apply. If you have any queries with your company, it's easier to give us the N number or the L number so that we can be able to assist you. And those that have been working with us previously, the L number and N number that we've been using is still applicable. Nothing has changed. If you experience any problems with that, please contact us. We will be able to assist you and make sure that the number is correct. But so far, we haven't had any problems. Maybe it might come with the companies that were transitioning from the previous Setas to come to us. They probably would have had some X numbers that can be changed, but that is small chances of that happening. Our staff is available to assist you. I believe some of you have been calling in and being asked, assisted by them. We are available on call, on email, on Teams. As Mr. Masango was saying, on our website, there is, on the LMIS website, there is a functionality of join the session. You click on there, there should be someone always available from that point to be able to assist you, where you can demonstrate and be able to see what is it that you need to be doing and why are you having challenges, and they can be able to resolve that part. Weekly sessions that are happening on Thursdays that you can link up to, we can also assist you. If you don't want to do one-on-one session with us, you can do a group session. Maybe you learn something from other stakeholders that are having challenges and your questions can be answered. We are closing on the end of April, and that's not going to change. So please make sure that you are aligned with us. 30th of April, midnight, the system closes. We do our best to be able to assist you, but there's always overflow of calls, overflows of emails, network becoming problems, and to top it all, load shedding that might come back. So just make sure that you are online and you do your submissions right now. It's easier to assist you. We don't even have a lot of applications currently. Probably after the session, we're going to have a lot of applications because people wanted to know what is it that they're actually supposed to do, what are they applying for. Mr. Naika has spoken mostly about the targets that we are having, that you need to focus on. Criteria that I'm going to be speaking about, any organization can be registered. We've been working with TVET colleges. Someone has mentioned that we're also working with universities, with NPOs. Anyone that is registered can work with us. And we emphasize that we have 21 seaters. Please, when you come to us, make sure you look at our 13 sectors and you support us on the 13 sectors that we are trying to do. Because if there are people that are coming here who wants to apply for teaching, there's a specific SETA that deals with that. So you just need to make sure we are there, you call, you inquire, we'll direct you to the relevant SETA that you need to work on. Levy payers, make sure that you submit your WSP. Mr. Naika said on that part, make sure that all your ATRs and everything else is submitted. We have the similar deadline. We are submitting on the 30th, so make sure that you comply on that. Accreditation is key. Please, make sure that you are accredited for what you are applying for. Priority disabled people, women, absorption of learners. If you are saying that you're going to go for disabled people, make sure that you are accredited, you are having manpower to train disabled people. It is unfair when you go and you abuse our sisters, our brothers that are disabled. Please make sure that you have the relevant training facilities that are going to accommodate them, because if we are not giving you learners, you're getting the learners and you saying you are qualified to train them. So make sure that you train them correctly. There are emails that came through from CIPC that says companies are closing. So most of non-levy payers are using the companies only to apply for grants with different departments. And they forget there's some financial principle that needs to be done in there. So if you don't submit your returns, if you're not submitting your financials, they are cutting off. They said, if I'm not mistaken, about 800,000 that are going to be closed. So if you are one of those, please don't apply with us. We need all people that are actually qualifying, that are properly registered. Otherwise, those two colleagues of mine will visit you. Documents required. We need our CIPC document, as I was saying about the closing of companies. Tax clearance, make sure that they are valid. So proof of registration is the CIPC that I'm saying about. Accreditation, we need to be sure that we are accredited. A lot of you spoke about accreditation. Make sure that your certificate, you check it, and you're accredited for clothing, you apply for clothing, that's what you need to do. Then proposals. Make sure the proposals are proper. You have good ideas, I know. Unfortunately, I cannot be in your brain. The only thing that I can see is your paper. So make sure you write your paper documents correctly. You give us information based on the learners. As you can see, Mr. Naika has been speaking about learners, learners, learners. So whatever that you submit to us, how does it impact to learners? How many learners are you training? At what cost? Where? Which province? Which all that? So let's be specific, because we have to cover 9 provinces. So we need to know where are you stronghold. Because if your proposal is blank, I will assume that you can train in Limpopo. And I send you to Limpopo, you are in Gauteng. So it's not going to be fair. So be specific and know what are you trying to do and when are you going to do it. Then we'll see if there is any funding from our side that we can be able to assist you. We have simple expectations which are huge. Recognition. Please don't recognize us when there is problems only. Because what we picked up from the organization is that whenever you are having pain, you say, no, go talk to the Seta. But when you're having joy and having your cool drink, it's only you. I know Dr. Yende spoke about it, but as we are a team, I need to enforce and tell you about this thing. We've been funding organizations for years, but only few actually acknowledge the Setas. So that opportunity that we have, going to the website and publishing information about recruitment, Fp&M Seta partnered with me. You have that opportunity to have space in radio. Fp&M Seta is part and parcel of this. Fp&M Seta made me. Like I'm here because of Fp&M Seta. So I need to also acknowledge the part that Fp&M Seta made me grow to be who I am. So please, we request that you actually do that process and acknowledge us as the funder. Our career portal, Mr. Masango mentioned that career portal. I'm not sure how many of you have actually accessed that career portal. Sorry to make it a school session. How many of you have accessed that part? Because we've been presenting it for a couple of times, but no one actually speak about it. I hardly get a call. It's only a few people that gave me a call about career portal. So take us seriously as we take you seriously as our stakeholders. Just test our system and tell us where are we going wrong, and we'll be able to improve in that part. Allow project visits. It has been mentioned that we're going to do unplanned visits, we're going to do planned visits. Be ready for that. So whenever you take our projects, make sure that you are ready for that. Because we're expecting that your project execution is going to be on par. Make sure documentation is right. We come in there, we want to check your implementation because of most stakeholders are training and we need you to be sure about your implementation plans. Today I'm going to be teaching the learners how to cut. We arrive there, we find that the learners are not cutting, they are making coffee. So take your work seriously because of we respect you, respect us as well. Because of that comes as well when you're submitting your documentation for payment. Dr. Ende mentioned that don't push payments as your goal. Push learners being able to do something as your goal. But your paperwork must also speak about that part so that I can understand. I'm in the office, I need to read, okay, this is where they're going. M&E, this is where you're going to see these people. So make sure your information is proper. Double dipping. We spoke about it, we're going to speak about it, we always speak about it. Because of sometimes it's not the learners only, it's also you. As Dr. Yenda mentioned, you are having multiple accreditation. You feel it's not easy for you to actually recruit a lot of learners. You want to use the same learners for that process. You can use the same learners, but not in the same year. Use them this year, next year take them to service seat and teaching something, next year taking them somewhere if you want to do that. But sometimes think about other opportunities that the other learners need. Because if you have 3 projects, 50 learners each, other learners are not getting that. You just pocketing the money. That's when M&E comes visit you, they have a problem with you. Our legal has indicated that they've sent out letters. They will send a letter to you. And unfortunately, they don't smile when they speak to you. Even when they speak to me, they don't smile. They say, William, what's happening here? So let's make our life easier. We are partners in this. Dr. Hende indicated, the achievements that we have is due to your performance. So let's work together and make sure that we change this country. Because without doing that, why are we here? Yes, we all want money, but let's work and make sure we change the country. Learners that are deceased. It's also going to be a concern. I'm sorry that I'm mentioning it again, but it's a concern. Please, let's respect those that have passed away. If you don't want to do it that other way, that's the only way that I can say. Making sure your information is correct is something that's going to make my life easier, Mr. Neka's life easier, so that we can see your documents are signed properly, are completed properly. He always mentions, you have 20, 30, 40 learners that you're working on. Just give it that effort so that we can have something to work on. The challenges that we are having, there's always someone's going to ask for an extension. There's always that one person that realized, oh, there's a DG window opened. I've heard from someone. On the 30th at 4:30. We have received calls at 11 o'clock. Someone says, please give us an N number, I want to apply. Well, service delivery, we do help people. But we request that at least make time for that, because of that's when you're going to submit something that is not correct. If you are being approved to implement, you come and tell us something about change of scope. Sorry, William, I was not planning to apply for learnership. I wanted to do apprenticeship. It's a process for us to be able to do the allocation. Those targets that are there needs to be split between 9 provinces, 13 sectors, levy payers, non-levy payers. We need to consider TVET colleges, need to consider all these other people, and you are amongst that allocation. And you come and says, oh, by the way, sorry. So if you say that, allow us to actually move away from you and give someone else. It's fair. Some are not going to submit the application. They say they want to catch up at the last moment. They just wait. They put everything on the system and they don't submit. We have incidences where organizational CEOs call us to find out, did William submit or what? Because of he told me he submitted. Then we say, no, he didn't. He prepared, but he didn't submit. The question comes, why didn't you tell him to submit? Colleagues, we don't know when you change your mind. Sometimes we do remind. Sometimes you don't even get the reminder email because it's close to a public holiday. Some of you will take a day off on the 30th, thinking that the first is a public holiday. So let's just make sure that we do our process right now. After you leave here, do your submission. We are available next week. Let's do that. Mr. Neka spoke of oversubscriptions. I guess you understand that we cannot give you 2,000 learners because that relates to absorption. Any learners that you apply for, we are expecting that you're going to absorb. You saw the minimum number there is 25%. So if your intention is not to give the learners some form of income after that, then think about the numbers that you are submitting. We are skilling for employment. So people need to be employed after this. We have been training and issuing certificates. Change of management, change of how we do things is here. Dr. Hende spoke about stipend not being paid. It's a very concern. If you are not going to support us in making sure that we are delivering, please, you can excuse yourself. We'll respect you for that. And let's see how we can do other matters. The rest of the things that you see, the unclear documents and all, is something that is always there. Please, take that opportunity, go to the copier and make the copies properly and be proud, as you would be proud if you're going to the bank and applying for funding. After you submitted your application, we will be closing at the end of April. So I'm assuming the person that applied today, we are closing end of April, and that is when we're going to look at the documents and application to see if you comply and if we can basically work with you. We'll then do approvals. After approvals is contracting. This is one of the funniest things that I see here. We beg people to sign contracts. I don't understand. You come here, you want to apply for funding, you say there's opportunities for learners, but we have to call you and run after you to ask you to sign a contract between us so that we can implement. And it goes back to activation. We have to beg you to claim money. We have to force you to say, this is what you need to do. We guide you. We have the team that sit and tell you, we send you emails, call you, and ask you to come to the office, but you don't want to do that part. So if you are not willing to work, let others that want to work come to us, please. Is this something that we can agree on? Let others that are willing to activate, others that are willing to finish projects, be part of us. Because of you are affecting our targets. You are affecting our output. I didn't mean to be harsh on you. I know it is Valentine's, but I needed to tell you these things. So, with love that I have, make sure that you have the love for the work that you're doing, love for the money that we are trying to give you. I don't want to have this money, it's not mine. It's to make sure that there's a change in someone's life. Think about it. When you come in here, are you there to give the bread, or are you taking away the bread and crushing it? The learners that are there, they need the bread. The employed learners, they want to get increase. So if you are messing their time, you don't train them properly, they're not going to get the increase. They spoke about people that are not properly trained. A learner that is trained by you goes to a factory and cut their hands. Are you going to be happy with that? So, Mr. Nega, I thank you. I just wanted to give the colleagues, this is the contact details of the people that are going to work with. You met Lee. She's basically, I think she's much more nicer than I was, those that have worked with you. So she will be nice to you. You can contact her. I'm still available. I'll assist wherever it's possible. I don't change. I'm still there. But she will be your direct person that you can work on. Thank you. If there's any questions, I'll take them, Mr. Neka.
Okay, I'm going to take one or two questions. I'm standing between you and lunch, yeah, and you know they're going to close in terms of the Burma. So very quickly, one or two questions. Yes, yes, ma'am. Okay.
Good day. My name is Melania, and I'm from a company called Auvergne Designs. I've been listening to all these presentations today, and they're wonderful. And yet you keep saying, please be compliant, please be accredited, please do this, please do that. But I'd like to ask, when are you going to do your part? You know, you keep telling us what we should be doing, and I appreciate everything you've told us here today. But let me tell you a bit about our organization. We are one of the biggest furniture manufacturers in South Africa. And we came to you and asked for accreditation. And we asked and we begged and we asked and we begged. And eventually we called the minister, Minister Patel from the DTI, and had a Zoom meeting with him and yourselves. And only then did you respond to us. After we had to get the minister to have a Zoom meeting with us and yourselves, suddenly 2 weeks later, we were helped. And I thank the gentleman that came out from the QCTO to assist us. But it had to go to that level before you actually assisted us. We then asked you for, we applied for the discretionary grants. And we asked for help, and we asked for somebody to come and visit us, and we asked and we asked. We then got the department, the MEC for Economic Development gave us learners last year. 146 learners are on a furniture making learnership with us right now, being funded by the Services Seta. Because after we asked and asked and asked for the discretionary grant, nobody supported us, nobody came to us, and eventually we were told that there's no money to assist us. Fortunately, Services Seta has assisted us. It's a very successful program, I would like to believe. We are having ministers and MECs and everybody coming to visit our factory, except Fp&M. We've asked you to come and look at our learnership. We've asked you to come and visit and see what we are doing. And yet you cannot come and see us. So we are going to apply again now for the discretionary grant. But all this that you're saying today, unfortunately, has not worked in our case.
Thank you, ma'am, yeah.
And it's a really big concern from our side.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. The name of your company, your name and the name of your company?
Auvergne Designs.
Okay. Are you all SDL a paying company to our Seta?
We're a SDL paying company to the Fp&M Seta. We've been in existence for 25 years.
Then you must...
And we've had people from your office. One day, I think it was Pearl, came to visit us. She was blown away by what we were doing.
Okay.
We've had people come and see what we do, but when we invite you, you don't come. When we ask for assistance, you don't assist.
All right.
But as I said,
Ma'am, we hear you.
Services Seta is helping us.
We don't want to respond to what you've just said, because we need to also investigate internally what happened, okay?
Well, as I said,
But-
Services Seta is helping us.
Yeah. We will, because you contribute to our, and because you also contribute to our levy, what we will do is, Ms. Lies is the regional manager, okay? She will make sure that she attends to your query and that she responds to what you have just said just now, okay? That's Ms. Lies. Please engage with ma'am there and make sure that all the problems are resolved, okay? Thank you very much. She will deal with your matter, so I would not talk to it any further. I'm standing between you and lunch. So what I'm going to do is, if there's an urgent question, you know, like something that you need to urgently ask because you need clarity. Okay, very quickly.
Hello, my name is Joyce. I have a company in Johannesburg. It's called LJS Trading. I've been accredited to the Seta before this QTCO came about. I've applied for funding for 2 years. Everything is legal, tax in place, all my systems and all the bells and whistles are in place. I have 120 machines, I have 2 floors, and I haven't got anybody to come in and give me the grants. In the 2 years that I've applied for it, I've been told that there isn't enough funds. One with Mr. Malema himself, and one I used an agency to help me with. This year, my application is already done. I'd like to know why and how a legal person that does business with all the legalities doesn't get a grant.
Okay. I told you that whenever a question just pertains to yourself, it's best you engage with the senior manager like Mr. William Malema.
But I have engaged
Or
Mr.
you could
Malema.
engage with the regional manager, okay? They will give you responses in writing in terms of your particular application, etc. When it comes to the issue of accreditation, you can liaise with us, that's fine. But the responsible body for accreditation is the QCTO, and it's not us. It's the Quality Council for Trades and Occupations. On that note, I'm going to close up this meeting. Thank you very much, Mr. Malema. Do you really want to respond to that? You can speak. Thank you. Thank you for the round of applause for Mr. Malema. He appreciates it. Mr. Malema will engage with that stakeholder as well. It is an individual question, so let them engage and let them resolve. Many thanks goes to Dr. Feleng Yende, our CEO. We'd like to thank the CEO for the chocolates as well that you see on your desk. Okay? Thank you to the CEO and Fp&M Seta presenters and staff. I say a big thank you. Last but not least, you're our stakeholder. You're most important to us, okay? Irrespective of what you tell us, irrespective of whether the criticism is negative or it's positive, we really appreciate. Okay, but lunch will expire. Lunch is a problem. Okay. Do you have any more questions? Okay, I see Mr. Masango wants us to extend the session a little bit more. Do you have any more questions? No more. No, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Masango, are you okay? Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. So, last but not least, you're our stakeholder. We wish you a safe journey back home. So even if you're giving us negative responses, we wish you a safe journey back home. God bless you, okay?
Mr. Naika, did you inform our stakeholders lunch is at the Boma?
I'm going to direct them to that now. Thank you. Okay? Remember, we have a virtual workshop on the 19th. Complete your survey forms. Lunch will be served to my left. You've got to go outside the venue, to my left at the Burma. Okay? We wish you well. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you for attending the session.